Hi again. Welcome all to the City Council meeting for the City of San Juan Bautista, July 19th, 2022 at 6 p.m. at the City Hall Council Chambers. This is the first meeting that we are having as a hybrid meeting. This meeting will be conducted pursuant to Government Code 54953E1A. In order to minimize the spread of COVID-19 virus, Council is conducting this meeting by Zoom webinar and will be offering alternative options for public participation. You are encouraged to watch the meeting live on Zoom or on Facebook. Councilmember Freeman, can you please start us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
Thank you very much. May I have a roll call, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Edge,
Here.
Vice Mayor Flores,
Here.
Councilmember Friels.
Here.
Councilmember Friels, we didn't hear that on the audio.
Here.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Freeman,
Here.
Mayor Jordan.
Here.
Mayor, we have a quorum with all members present.
Thank you very much. Public comment. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons desiring to address the council on matters not on this agenda. This law does not permit council action or extend discussion of any item not on the agenda, except under special circumstances. If council action is requested, the council may place the matter on a future agenda. When you are either in the chambers or via Zoom, you will have 3 minutes to speak. Please keep this professional. This is a public meeting, it's a public forum. We will not tolerate foul language. And as this is our first meeting in chambers, please be respectful of everybody else's time. Norma, we're going to start with chambers first. When you come up to the podium, our new microphones, please press the big button so the light turns green. State your name, and you have 3 minutes to speak. Attorney Rathie, you're working the timer? Awesome, thank you very much.
To the City Council, it is with great concern that I am submitting these observations. As a general law city, we are I'm Darlene Boyd.
Thank you very
Required
much.
to have a well-functioning planning commission who understands the perimeters of their job. My observations of the chronic behaviors of your appointees make me realize that they do not understand what their job entails, nor do they properly carry it out. Without a courteous, consistent, and predictably fair practicing planning commission, we are putting our city in peril of lawsuits, which could cost us more money than we have in our present budget. As a leader, we need you to protect the health and well-being of our city by fully educating yourselves as to the workings and importance of appointing qualified individuals to this commission. As a leader, we need you to implement the proper adopted processes to do so. According to the records, it was Councilperson Flores, Jordan, and Edge who appointed Ms. Delgado by force of process that violated the Brown Act several times in December 2018. More recently, by ignoring the council adoptive procedures for recruiting members to this body and not enforcing the process of having the subcommittee members interview the applicants, Ms. Morse Lopez was appointed to this commission. This later appointment was committed by an arbitrary rubric designed to exclude qualified people according to how long they have lived in this city. As leaders, we need you to be proactively accountable for these violations. Now it seems that you are attempting to both distance yourself and or sweep the malignant behaviors of these planning commissioners under the rug. This will not bode well for you in upcoming city council elections, as you are refusing to hold these commissioners accountable for their current ongoing unethical behaviors. Before you is a table of the many violations of the city's ethics code, which cite those codes they have chronically violated. As a leader, we need you to execute an appropriate remedy outlined in the city code of ethics. According to the code of ethics, resolution number 18, the city council may remove members of boards and commissions from office for these violations. I hope you will read this chart carefully, giving it genuine consideration, and behave in an accountable manner for the sake of our city and our professional staff. As a leader, we need you to be hands-on and rectify this awful situation. And I thank you for all the fancy tech. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do we have anybody else out there? Thank you very much. Please state your name for the record.
It's all new here.
You have to.
Is it working?
Yep.
Okay, Andy Moore, 505 2nd Street. Okay, San Juan Bautista. I'm here for the water issue, but why I'm here now, I want to address the traffic issue on 2nd Street. I'm sitting out in front of my house. I've talked to people up and down 2nd, 1st Street. This thing, you need to get those rubber mats that Hollister's putting in every week. Went down Buena Vista, they're putting them in. They're on Sally Street, they're all over. But we have to slow this street down, especially with the state park, the church, the park, the community center. Sometimes they go down to San Jose, they make a right, and then they jet down 1st Street all the way out of town. But it's insane what's going on here. They're just not going 35, 40. Some of them are going 50, 60 miles an hour and blowing right through that stop sign. Okay, but we need to look into those rubber mats that Hollister's putting in week in and week out to slow it down. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other members of the audience? We do not. Thank you. City Clerk, do we have anybody for comments on Zoom?
We do, Madam Mayor. Those who are attending by Zoom, please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen if you would like to speak. When you are brought into the meeting, you'll have your 3 minutes time. This is a reminder, this is items not on the agenda. For those that have called in, please press *9. Your hand will be raised, and then when you are brought into the meeting, you press *6, and that will unmute yourself. So at this time, Madam Mayor, I'm bringing in Michael Ponce. Sorry if I say the name wrong.
Thank you.
Hello,
Welcome,
can you hear me?
Michael. You have 3 minutes. And again, this is items not on the agenda.
Okay, hello. Can you
Norma, are
hear
you
me?
timing this or should I time?
I got it.
You got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, all I want to do is ask, is there a timeline for the completion of the Rudy Park bathrooms? Thank you.
Okay, moving in, and now I am bringing in David Medeiros. David, if you unmute yourself, your 3-minute time will start.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Welcome, David. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, David Medeiros, 1026 First Street, San Juan Bautista, California. Excuse me, I got a hoarse voice. Good evening to everyone. I hope all goes well with our Mayor Leslie Jordan, Vice Mayor Cesar Flores, Council Member Mary Edge, Scott Friels, and John Freeman. Since the San Juan Bautista City Council has decided to issue an open letter, today I want to talk to you about open letters, especially any that may come out of our local San Juan Bautista government in the future. You know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about an open letter a letter of often critical addressed to a particular person or group of people, but intended for publication. Like one that is about addressing, open letter addressing concerns with conducting meetings and fulfilling its duties. Also one that states that not meeting expectations in terms of demeanor and performance. In my personal review of such action by the San Juan Bautista City Council, excuse me, I'm reading this, I'm trying to make sure my cursor is in the right place, sorry about that. In my personal review of such actions by the San Juan Bautista City Council and by going back over what's on the meeting records and video recordings, in just a small amount of research and notes I've come up with, yes, the San Juan Bautista City Council did find merit to warrant one up. But I'm here today to tell you all it is not enough. There are, in my opinion, lacking more open letters if you all go through what I did. Knowing what I know about open letters now, like the one issued to the San Juan Bautista Planning Commission on the 17th of May, 2022, addressing similar matters and issues in the conduct of proper and official local government meetings, I've learned it's one of the main reasons why so many local governments have serious concern with public trust. We certainly wouldn't want the public to think that of us, but don't take my word for it. I've provided to the city of San Juan Bautista administrative staff a copy of what I went through and why it is so important that I share this information with you today. I challenge all of us to get some training about open letters, and when you do, I assure you, we'll all be better off for it. The city of San Juan Bautista has afforded me to go get some training on many topics similar and especially on the very subject matter I'm speaking about today. I'm also here as an example to say of all the training I've gone through as a planning commissioner, there has been very little official accountability nor acknowledgement of the time and hard work I put into training. Well,
David,
guess what?
please wrap up. You have 10 seconds left.
Guess what? My training says you all right now better do some training because my training says you need it. Not to worry though. I provided your staff right now, our staff, I should say, with help that's coming to you. I'm trying to summarize this as fast as I can. This is my way of saying to all of us, we need to get some more training when it comes to open letters. We need to do more when it comes to dealing with the way we treat each other in meetings as a whole and gain our public's trust. So that being said, I'd like to go further if I'm allowed to. I've only got a couple of minutes, not even a couple of minutes.
Thank you, David. 3 minutes are up, Norma?
3 minutes are up.
Thank you very much. Thank you, David.
Okay, we have anyone else who has joined the meeting and would like to speak. You will have 3 minutes to do so. We are in the public comment section. And this is for matters not on the agenda. Please use your raise hand button at the bottom of your screen, or for those that have called in, press *9 and your hand will be raised. And then when you're brought in, you press *6 to unmute yourself. And we do have more hands raised here. Wanda, I am bringing you in. So when you unmute yourself, your 3-minute timer will start.
Good evening, city staff, city council.
Welcome, Vanda.
Thank you. I would just like to give David my time because I'd like to hear what else he has to say. So there you go.
Can we do that? No, thank you very much, Vanda. We can't do that.
Can. For God's sake.
Do we have anybody else?
At this time, we do not have any other hands raised.
Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda is the consent items, all matter.
Before we move to consent, Mayor, would you like me to report?
I apologize, yes.
No
Please
problem.
Take us out of the closed
I just-
session.
Close off my little note here. I would like to report out on the closed session matter that was heard earlier this evening in the special meeting at 5 o'clock. The council met this evening on that matter, which was one item of anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation. Information was provided and the direction was given. There was no reportable action this evening under the Brown Act from the closed session. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much. Your fanfare coming behind you on that one. Consent items, all matters listed under the consent agenda may be enacted by one motion authorizing actions indicated for those items so designated. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless requested by a member of the city council, a staff member, or a citizen. Would anybody from the council like to pull an item on the consent agenda? Councilmember Edge? Thank you. Vice Mayor Flores, do you wish to pull anything?
No.
Thank you. Councilmember Friels?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Freeman?
No.
Thank you. I wish to pull item 3G. I just have a clarification on it. Is there anybody from the public who wishes to pull an item on the consent agenda? There is nobody in chambers. Do we have any hands raised?
Anyone who would like to speak on a matter on the consent agenda to request it be pulled, please use your raise hand button at the bottom of your screen or press *9 for those who have called in. We have no hands raised at this time, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Can you hear the band behind us?
No.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve all items under the consent agenda except for 3G?
Motion to approve the consent items with the exception of 3G.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Edge. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second.
Thank you
Oh,
very
go ahead,
much.
Scott.
Councilmember Friels. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Edge,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Flores,
Yes.
Councilmember Friels,
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. 3G, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Juan Bautista authorizing financial support of the San Benito County Economic Development Corporation, SBC EDC, to ensure continued SBC EDC advisory support and guidance to the San Juan Bautista Economic Development Citizens Advisory Committee. My comment on this is that I have no problem giving the SBC EDC $3,000. The way that the title is written, it sounds like without that $3,000, there will be no support from SBC EDC to the EDCAC of the San Juan Bautista. So I would like to shorten it up a little bit and just have a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Juan Bautista authorizing financial support of the San Benito County Economic Development Corporation, SBC EDC.
Thank you, Mayor. We have Brian Fouch, who's been working closely with the EDC and helped write this report. Brian, do you understand the mayor's request?
Sorry, Madam Mayor, we are unable to hear the comments that were just made.
Hi, I'm addressing the mayor and the mayor's request. Can you hear me now, Norma?
Very little. You're still light.
Okay, let me try it this way.
That's wonderful, right there.
Okay. Brian Fouch, Assistant City Manager, been working very closely with the Economic Development Corporation and brought this matter forward. It's just a matter of syntax, Mayor. You would like the language to be amended?
Yes, just the title. It makes it sound that if we don't give the $3,000, that we will no longer have support from SBC EDC.
So, Brian, would you confirm that you heard those comments and we can happy to make that amendment?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that your statement's correct, Mayor. That's not the intention of the resolution. So that change would be just perfect.
Thank you very much, I think.
I didn't understand.
Okay, then I would like to make a motion to approve 3G with the amended language.
And I'll second.
Thank you very much. May I have a roll call, please?
I'm going to, for the record, I want to make sure and confirm that that was Councilmember Edge who seconded.
Correct.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Edge,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Flores,
Yes.
Councilmember Friels,
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Sorry, working through some technical difficulties here. Uh, Presentations, proclamations, informational items, and reports. 4A, proclamations for the San Benito Health Foundation for National Health Center Week and Agricultural Worker Health Day. And we have Rosa Vivian here to accept these proclamations. Proclamation 1, Agricultural Worker Health Day. Whereas an estimated 3 to 5 million migrant and seasonal farm workers are employed in the nation's multi-billion-dollar agricultural industry, and whose backbreaking labor makes possible the production and harvest of many crops. Thanks goes to those who have worked at the front lines during the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas agricultural ranks among the most dangerous occupations, subjecting workers to health and occupational risks, yet migrant and seasonal farm workers, by virtue of their work and economically disadvantaged status, confront significant barriers to accessing doctors and needed health services. And whereas the Migrant Health Program, enacted in 1962, planted the seed that has enabled communities to establish migrant health centers, which today serve more than 1 million migrant seasonal farm workers and their families. And whereas migrant health centers have evolved into strong models of primary care practice addressing the complex needs of a vulnerable population while demonstrating the value of outreach, patient education, and linguistically and culturally competent care to promote better health and ensure healthy communities. And whereas studies have confirmed that migrant health centers deliver comprehensive, high quality, and cost-effective preventative and primary health care services, in addition to lifting barriers of healthcare and reducing health disparities. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of San Juan Bautista hereby proclaims the 9th of August, 2022 as Agricultural Worker Health Day in the City of San Juan Bautista. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your support. And for those that don't know, our organization has been around since 1975, and it was founded by agricultural workers in this community. So we really appreciate the support. In addition, in 2007, we became federally funded as both a community health center and a agricultural workers health center. So we have what we call a federally qualified health center that is both a health center and an agricultural health center. Thank you for your support.
Very nice, thank you. Proclamation 2, National Health Center Week 2022. Whereas for over 50 years, community health centers have provided high quality, affordable, comprehensive primary and preventative health care in our nation's underserved communities, delivering value to and having a significant impact on America's healthcare systems. And whereas community health centers are a critical element of health systems, serving both rural and urban communities, and often providing the only accessible and dependable source of primary care in their communities. Nationwide, community health centers serve 1 in every 5 residents in rural health areas. And whereas community health centers serve as beacons of essential resources and support in testing and treatment in the face of the global coronavirus pandemic, and will continue to offer reliable, affordable, high-quality care against COVID-19 for America's most vulnerable and underserved communities. And whereas every day community health centers develop new approaches to integrating a wide range of services beyond primary care, including oral health, vision, behavioral health, and pharmacy services to meet the needs and challenges of their communities. And whereas community health centers nationally employ more than 253,000 people, including physicians, nurse practitioners, physician assistants, and certified nurse midwives who work as part of a multidisciplinary clinical teams designed to treat the whole patient. And whereas the community health center model continues to prove an effective means of overcoming barriers to healthcare access, including geography, income, and insurance status, improving healthcare outcomes and reducing healthcare system costs. And whereas community health centers are the front lines of emerging healthcare crisis, providing access to care for our nation's veterans, addressing the opioid epidemic, and responding to public health threats in the wake of natural disasters. And whereas National Health Center Week offers opportunity to celebrate America's over 1,400 health center organizations with over 12,000 service delivery sites, their dedicated staff, board members, patients, and all those responsible for their continued success and growth since the first health centers opened their doors more than 50 years ago. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of San Juan Bautista hereby proclaims August 7th through the 13th as National Health Center Week and encourage all Americans to take part by visiting their healthcare center and celebrating the important partnership between America's community health centers and the communities they serve. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your support once again.
Presentation by Clean California on state highway beautification.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you and welcome.
Great, thank you. I'm going to share my screen with you now, I hope. Can you enable me to share my screen? It says disabled.
I believe I have. Are you sure? You're our co-host.
Sorry, try now and see if that works.
There you go, Corby. We have you. Thank you.
Okay. Let's get that over to the right screen. Apologies, I'll get it scaled down so you can actually see it on the screen. That always helps. I'll slide you guys off. All right. Can everybody see
Corby,
that
hang
first
on,
slide?
Hang on 1
Sure.
second. We
You
have
bet.
me in the front ground. There we go. Awesome. Okay. It's all you now.
Okay, cool. Thank you guys, and thank you for inviting me here tonight. And I'm here with Jennifer Lane from the San Benito Arts Council. And we wanted to give you an update on the highway beautification project that is being funded by Clean California in San Juan Bautista. As I hope you remember, we'll be doing a project at the Washington Street undercrossing And the exciting news about that is that our plans are more than 95% complete. Caltrans is in the process right now of going through internal quality reviews for our plans to make sure that they are ready to be set out to bid. The artist selection is also complete, and Jennifer will review that with you. So we're at a very exciting point in the project. It is very close to being ready to go out to bid and for the artists to work in the community on community engagement. The features of the project, if you recall, are that we are going to provide slope paving and rock blanket under the undercrosses, where right now it's very eroded and bare dirt. So we will be addressing that erosion problem with slope paving. We'll be adding rock blanket to suppress weeds and give a nicer edge to those narrow sidewalk areas. And we will also be replacing some of the existing chain link fence that runs along Washington Street with a more decorative fence. We'll also be moving that fence slightly, set it back from the sidewalk more, and also to take it away from being in front of the slope paving where some of the public art will be installed. We'll also be cleaning up the 4 quadrants of the interchange or undercrossing area, beating down the weeds and adding some more drought tolerant landscape planting. And then of course we'll have the public art element. As I showed you guys before, the slope paving will have aesthetic treatment. It will be colored. It will be concrete, again, to keep the weeds down. We're going to bring the slope paving all the way up to the bottom of the bridge deck so that we don't create any places where people might congregate. And this slope paving will act as a canvas then for the public art to come. We also, as I mentioned, we're going to be replacing the galvanized and old, a bit ratty right-of-way fencing with something nicer. We're going to go with a black vinyl clad chain link. So it's a little dressier, a little classier, and very durable. And again, like I said, we'll be moving that fence back to create a little bit better pedestrian access, especially along that narrow sidewalk to the east. And then again, right now we have some oak trees and a few native shrubs out there, but we're going to get that all groomed and the weeds down, and we'll be adding a lot of colorful, drought tolerant native shrubs, as well as some more oak trees, and mulching that again to suppress weeds and keep down things like fire danger. Some of the plants that we'll be including are Arctostaphylos, Baccharis, Ceanothus, Toyon, you guys are probably familiar with, elderberry, all native plants, all very drought tolerant. They'll be established with drip irrigation, and then eventually that weaned off the irrigation to just survive on natural rainfall. We're also adding California buckeye and more coast live oak. And here's a little bit of a sample of that planting plan so you can see it's mostly focused right there at the 4 quadrants to the undercrossing and just setting up the whole area to be more of a gateway between downtown and the small neighborhood to the south. And now I'm going to let Jennifer speak about the exciting process that she and I just went through, vetting artists for the mural at Washington Street.
Thank you, Corby. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for having us. I'm Jennifer Lane, Executive Director of the San Benito County Arts Council, and we're really excited to share this stage in the process where we've selected the artist team that will be doing the mural at the Washington Street underpass, and we'll also be working on a 3D element with the slope paving. So the process that we used, we did a statewide RFQ, and we received 48 submissions. A number of them were really, really compelling. We invited 3 finalists to the interviews, and through that process, we selected these artists that I'm about to introduce. I will say that we had a 7-member public art review panel that included folks from the Arts Council, from Caltrans, and also folks representing San Juan Bautista, including Heidi Baltz, Jennifer Colby, and Fran Fitzharris. So we can go to the next slide. So these are the 2 artists. Their day names are Ryan Sephardi on the left and Eric Scottness, and their artist names are Yano and Zoo. They work internationally and they do really large scale murals, and they currently hold the world record for the world's largest augmented reality mural that's over 15,000 square feet. So that's a painted mural that you can interact with your phone, and it comes alive. So this is part of the proposal that they submitted. Their early concept and doing some research, and what got them excited about the Washington Street underpass was this idea of the fabric of life. So what are the themes, the people, the cultures, the traditions, the history that weave, the story of San Juan Bautista together. And we can go to the next slide. So this was a very rough digital design that they had created. They referred to the community input survey that we did that received over 70 community responses from San Juan Bautista that said people really wanted to see the incorporation of warm colors. So you can see the reds and oranges, native plants, and local stories and histories. So these are kind of placeholders here. The artists are not saying this is exactly what it's going to look like, or this is the face. They have the opportunity, their background actually is very kind of interdisciplinary when it comes to the visual arts. So they kind of come from a graffiti background, but also really strong in portraiture, realistic representation, and you can see that here. So I'll get to the community engagement process in just a moment, which will kind of inform what ultimately will go up on the walls here. And we can go to the next slide. So what's interesting about this mural is it's not just a mural, but it also will have this 3D element. This was part of their initial proposal, where the painted fabric, the red painted fabric of life, will kind of come alive on the slope paving. And so they have kind of this, this sort of, I don't want to say twisted, but sort of moving metal sculpture. They might end up going with more of an acrylic. I think that's in their updated proposal. And then they were going to do some sculptural elements with these flowers too. This has since evolved into a more simplified form, in part to work within the budget, and also to kind of simplify the maintenance plan as well. So they heard from the panel, the review panel, that had some concerns about spiders and cobwebs and birds and people climbing and that kind of thing. So this is a bit simplified, where it's really just like maybe 2 large scale fabric sculptural pieces coming out of the mural. And this will just be on one side of the slope paving, not both sides, but both sides will be painted underneath. And they're working with a company, UAP, that's based out of New York, but has a California-based fabrication studio, and also California-based engineers and artists. So lastly, I'll just spend a few moments talking about their process for community engagement. And this is where we really want to hear from you, and would love to get your input on this. So as a first start, the artists are planning to come up here in mid-August, and they're going to spend a couple days taking photographs, doing videos, and would really like to meet with a handful of community representatives. This can be longtime residents. This could be representatives of key organizations such as the Historical Society or El Teatro Campesino, and just really get their story and see what it is that makes San Juan Bautista so unique and so special, and then work those stories into the mural. So I just wanted to offer, if you have recommendations, like they have to talk to this person, please contact me or Corby, and we'll make sure to set that up in mid-August here when they come to town. And I think that it's back to you, Corby.
Okay. So the next steps, then what's going to happen next is that Caltrans will finish their plans. We will get them packaged up and ready to send to headquarters. And the contract will be advertised. And so a local building contractor, we hope we get many bids on that, and we will open the bids. It'll be awarded to the lowest responsible contractor, and that person will be doing the fencing, the slope paving, the landscape planting and irrigation. And then they'll work with the artists on the installation to coordinate the installation of the art by providing traffic control and other measures to make sure that the artists are safe while they're doing that work. And then the other piece of this is that the city will be signing a maintenance agreement with Caltrans, taking responsibility for the art. All the landscaping, it'll also include maintenance of the landscaping, but that has a 3-year plant establishment period that will be covered by the contractor. So that won't become part of the city's inventory for many years to come. But I will need that from you guys. What we are hoping is that the bids will go out probably late September, early October, and then we'll open the bids and start construction sometime in November of this year. So I think that's one of the things that, again, makes this Clean California program so exciting. I'm sure you've had projects with Caltrans where we talked about it, and 10 years later, we're still not building anything because the process is so long. And so one of the most exciting things is that I was able to come to you guys 6 months ago and say, would you like $1 million project? And here we are 6 months later, ready to set that out to bid. I don't think in the history of Caltrans I've ever seen that before. And the idea that it also encompasses public art is a unique funding element that we've never had the opportunity before. In the past, it's always the city has come to us and said, hey, can we have your permission? But in this case, we're able to fund that art. And I think it's going to bring a really exciting element to San Juan Bautista. I know Jennifer and I were really excited to see the caliber of artists that applied to this. It was a very difficult decision. And, San Juan Bautista is getting 2 artists that are absolutely international, world-class artists who are going to bring something that will be I think a draw to the town for tourists and really make a nice link between downtown and the neighborhood across the way. I know you have plans for a park there in the future. And so I hope you're as excited as we are about this. And again, also the community outreach that will happen by the artists as they're refining the artwork itself and gives some potential for other artists in the community to, see how professionals handle a project like this. We'd love to see any kids from high school or something who might want to know a little bit more and talk to the artists. So please, like Jennifer said, think amongst yourselves who you think would be great to be part of that outreach effort and send me a list of names so that we can help the artists set that workshop or whatever format it takes up with the local citizens so that they get that imagery right. So I think that's really all there is to update you on. Is there any questions for me or Jennifer?
I'm sure there is. Thank you very much, Corby. Thanks, Jennifer. Councilmember Edge, questions, comments, concerns?
Yes, thank you so much for the presentation, and I love the colors and all that you've done. I just have a suggestion, and I don't know if you've contacted the Amah Mutsun indigenous people, because I know they like to be included in a lot of these things. And so it would be nice if you could contact them to make sure that that mural reflects them also. And then my other question is, I walk under that, in that area every morning, and the sidewalk is so narrow. Is there going to be anything, are you going to be able to widen that at all?
So we're not going to be able to widen the sidewalk just because the bridge itself you know, the span is limited. But what we are going to do, as I mentioned, is move the fence back and then add rock cobble along the edge of the sidewalk. So you won't feel so, you know, pressed between the walk and the
Oh.
traffic.
Yeah,
To make it more passable, get those weeds down, get that fence moved back and make it feel more welcoming through that passageway.
no, it's just that when I walk with my neighbor and one of us ends up having to walk on the street and the other walks on the sidewalk, you know, we kind of switch off and on, but
Yeah.
that's what I was talking about. It wasn't so much feeling that
Yeah.
narrow, but.
So it'll be wider outside the bridge structure, but under the bridge structure, I have nowhere to go, right?
Okay.
Because we still need the lanes and the shoulder. But we will make it improve the comfort level as much as we can on either end
Okay,
of that.
thank you.
Sure, no, and I know that you know, pedestrians and bicyclists are common through here, so we want to make that alternative transportation choice more appealing. And thank you for your comment about the Amamutsun. Pardon me, I've met Val before. He and I have worked together on some projects in the past on some interpretive displays. So, and I think Jennifer has contacts as well. So I think that was sort of on our to-do list, but thank you for reminding us so that we make a point of it.
Okay.
Because I agree with you, that would be nice to include them in that narrative.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Flores.
No comments, but thank you for all the work that you've done. This is really exciting for someone. I mean, I think it's just wonderful work that you're doing. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Cesar. And we really look forward to probably having it done by late spring next year, depending on, when the bids open and if we all luck out and get some rain or something next winter. But so Caltrans and the Arts Council, and the artists and everyone, we certainly want to work with the city to do some sort of fun ribbon cutting celebration and include the city as much as possible in that celebration with us. So we'll be looking forward to planning that party as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Friels.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify something on the maintenance agreement. So the city of San Juan Bautista will be responsible for the landscaping on the state property. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you. Thank you for the great presentation. I too like the design and the colors. I really don't have any other questions other than I just think that area kind of looks so sparse right now, and I think it'll just be a great addition to that area. Really spruce it up, really stiff it up. So thank you.
You're very welcome. I'm really excited to be working on this project.
Thank you. Thank you, Corby and Caltrans for choosing San Juan Bautista. For such a little city, we're doing some pretty big things, and that's amazing. Thank you. Thanks, Jennifer, for being a part of this too with the San Benito Arts Council. Again, big things coming to Little San Juan. It's amazing. I also want to do a shout out to all of the folks that were on the committee for choosing an artist. Holy moly, I can't even imagine what that looked like. What a task. And I'm super excited with the folks that they chose. The colors are amazing. I'm very much looking forward to seeing the finished project. And then the artists themselves, wow, international artists again. We started out with the International Film Festival coming here and getting directors and producers and artists from all over the world. And then to actually have a piece of art. Again, very much looking forward. Thank you both for this.
Absolutely. And I'd love to say that I hope the follow-up to this project, as much as you can as a city, to give me feedback that I can share with headquarters. If you see an economic boom, if you see an improvement in quality of life and all those things, because all that I can take and hopefully move this into a regular program. Right now, it's a special one-time funding. But the more I can show what a great benefit it is to small communities, especially to underserved communities, to their economic well-being, to their quality of life, the better chance we have to do it again. And I would love to do it again. Jennifer and I both, again, had a hard time choosing just one artist. And so we saw a lot of opportunity, hopefully in the future. So be sure and give me that feedback after it's complete.
Absolutely, we will. And Jennifer, we have lots of blank canvases all over the city. So whenever you're ready to come back.
Yeah, we're always ready. And I just wanted to add, I think to one of the council members' comments that, not only will it spruce up a sparse, kind of a sparse area, it could be a real draw for tourism. And, it does, like you said, add to the city's art collection and to its identity as a town of art and culture and history. And so we're really, I can't be more overjoyed at the artists that have been selected for this project. I also want to add, they're genuinely nice people. They're very community oriented. The majority of their budget is going towards supplies and materials, to the extent where we kind of said, like, make sure you pay yourselves. So they're really excited on being based in California and doing so much work internationally. Even though they're not as familiar with San Juan Bautista, they're like, we're so excited to be able to do this project in our home state. So, so whatever we can do too, once this mural is completed, to celebrate it, but also really work it into San Juan Bautista's identity and, tourism, marketing materials, we're really happy to do that.
Great, thank you very much. Do we have any public comment in the chambers? City Clerk, do we have anybody on Zoom?
Anyone who has joined us by Zoom who would like to speak, please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. For those that have called in, press *9. We have no hands raised at this time, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, I just have one question for either Corby or Jennifer. Does the copyright transfer to the city for the art?
Yes.
It does.
The artwork becomes a gift to the people of California. So San Juan Bautista is free to use the image in any marketing materials, promotions, things like that. The artist still retains their right to the image as well. If, and our agreement with them is, at least Caltrans, we won't be printing, coffee mugs or calendars or anything. But they definitely sign a waiver that allows you as the city of, that where the art is, to use that image to promote things. So yeah, you have copyright.
Okay, it'd be good to see. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, Jennifer, Corby, thank you. City Manager, do you have anything?
No, just a big thank you. And this is a wonderful project. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you all for having us here tonight.
Thank you all very much. Thank you. Next up, City Council and staff announcements. City Council members, Councilmember Edge.
Well, I have my COG meeting on Thursday, and I still haven't had a chance to look at my packet, so I don't have anything to report on that. But I do have a report on the seniors center that we're working on. It's coming along. We're having our next senior gathering on August. Oh, I think it's August 4th. I can't remember now. August 4th. It's going to be a picnic. There's going to be fun prizes, and anyway, it's coming along. We have not disclosed yet what we've come up with a name. We're gonna start applying for our tax ID number, 501c3, and so it's just really coming along. Is this where we ask for things for future agendas? Are we, because I don't see it on number 7.
Yes, I think that would be appropriate.
Okay.
Good now, thank you.
What I'd like to see, I would like to see is the speed bumps that I forget who was talking about. Oh,
Andy.
Mr. Moore. They are putting some really good speed tables in Hollister, and they would work really well here. And I think we got to look into that. And also, I would like us to start working on our noise ordinance. It needs to be worked on. It's something that I feel is very important, and we should get that done soon. And for now, that's all I can think of. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Flores.
Okay, now I have no report, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Friels.
It's worded a little differently. Is this council comment?
Yep.
Okay.
Anything, it's a free for all right now.
Okay, a couple things. Kind of a big month and a half for a couple San Juan residents. Mark Diaz. Mark was raised in San Juan Bautista. He's George Diaz's middle son. Lifelong friend of mine. Competed in the Mountain States Stock Dogs Championship, which is basically herding dogs. He had to be in the top 50 in the nation, and he ended up with the 10th place in the championship. It was his first go, so he and his dog Fee competed. So they're in for some big things here in the future. Another resident of San Juan Bautista and a recent graduate from Anzar High School, Ashley McLaughlin, competed in the Pinto World Championships, which is a horseback riding championship in Oklahoma City. And she tore it up. Western Trail 5th, English Trail 5th, horsemanship 8th, Ideal Pinto 8th, and a event called Discipline Rail. She was reserve champion.
Nice.
On the national stage. So we're actually, it's called World Championships. So just a big shout out. I'm super proud. Shauna and I are so proud of it. Ashley, we remember the day that she came home from the hospital.
That's great.
What a great day for some San Juan folks. And that's all I've got. Thanks.
Very cool. Thank you very much. Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you. AMBAG and the Intergovernmental Committee did not meet this month in July, so I have no reports there. However, the San Benito County Green Chamber of Commerce and the Integrated Waste Management is having a meet and greet for the green businesses that have qualified and will get certificates, and that's tomorrow night at the Cenas Ranch at 5:30. So everyone should be there, because we have a lot of businesses in San Juan that have qualified and are now green businesses. So hopefully it'll be a good showing out there. The only other thing I have to mention is the two new internet companies are both coming online very shortly. I'm not going to advertise for any of them, but I would just suggest you look and see if you can save some money. I think it's a great opportunity. And thank you.
Thank you very much. All of my meetings are happening forward. Just a reminder, August. Please sit by. August 14th, Sunday is San Juan Day. You'll be seeing flyers and fanfare coming out soon. Future agenda items. I spoke to Don earlier today about electric golf carts, getting an ordinance in place. So we'll be working on that. It is time. Yes, yes, we're going to golf carts now. That's all I have. Treasurer's report and monthly financial statements by City Treasurer Michelle Sabathia. Hi, Michelle, welcome.
Hi, good evening. Good to see everyone. Can you hear me?
Good to be seen.
Awesome. So let's jump into a brief overview of the financials. Please make note that we're nearly at the end of the fiscal year, so that's reflective of the numbers. For our general fund, year-to-date, our net effect is currently a positive balance of 501K. The month-over-month change here was an increase of 88,000. A couple items to note would be the increase is driven predominantly by sales tax. Something interesting is the interest income is below budget due to the steep decline in the interest rates this year. So that's something interesting. On the expenditure side, there was a couple of things going out this month. So a couple interesting things that stood out was Joe's Landscaping and Concrete, which relates to the Franklin Circle Park construction. So that's under our capital improvement project. And then our regular Stantec Consulting Services, which is our wastewater consulting contract, which is based on usage. And then another interesting one was SHAPE, which is the Diaz lift station pump upgrades, which is also under the capital improvement projects. And then one of our quarterly payments for the San Benito County Sheriff, which is for law enforcement services. So those are on the warrant listing. So those are the ones that stood out to me as interesting. For the Water Enterprise Fund, year to date, our net effect is currently a positive balance of 333K. The month-over-month change there was an increase of 32,000. The revenues are in line with budget, running right at about 83%. The increase relates to seasonality as it has before for the past few months. And on the expenditure side, expenses are trending in line with expectation. And for the Sewer Enterprise Fund, year to date, our net effect is currently a positive balance of 417,000. The month-over-month change there was a decrease of 95K related to some expenditures just being higher than revenue. So it was more timing that we were seeing there, nothing out of the ordinary. So that's all I have for now. Let me know if you have questions.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Edge.
Thank you, Michelle. No questions.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Flores.
No question. Thank you, Michelle, for all your good work.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Friels.
No questions. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you. Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you, Michelle. Great report. I have no questions.
Thank you. I don't either. Thank you very much, Michelle. Do we have any public comment in the council chambers? Nothing. Thank you. Do we have anybody on Zoom?
Anyone who would like to speak that has joined us tonight via Zoom, please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen or press *9, and that will raise your hand for you. We have no hands raised at this time, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. I do have one comment. On the warrant listing as of May 31st, 2022, it is the last page. There are a lot of $2,100 checks that have gone out to several of our businesses. It was a grant that Brian Fouch, our assistant city manager, worked on, and very happy and excited that we were able to give that money out to so many folks.
No, I didn't miss that, so I do apologize. And it's one of two payments. That was really big.
That was really big. Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks, Michelle.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Sorry, I lost my sheet. City manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. We're fortunate on short notice to have the fire chief here today and Deputy Chief Charlie Bedoya and Chief Bob Martin Del Campo. And Captain Keelan is here today, as well as our dedicated deputy Ryan Miller. I wanted to take a minute of the city manager's report because I was directed to put police and fire, sheriff and fire back on our regular agendas. Just to share a few comments on the month's activities. I don't know if Fire Chief Bob, you're ready to say anything, or Charlie, just a quick summary of the month, and next time we meet, it'll be more formal, and I promise I'll give you more advance notice.
No, great. Yeah. Hey, if you guys don't mind, I'll go ahead and pop in and give a quick update on what fire has. Bob Martin Del Campo, Fire Chief, Hollister Fire, and with me I've got the Fire Marshal, Charlie Bedoya. A couple of weeks ago, we had the opportunity to get a couple of positions approved for a fire inspector. I'm kind of excited about this because this is going to put a whole new, I'd say, responsibility on the prevention office, where we're going to start utilizing our services as a community risk reduction department, community risk reduction bureau. In this, and then Chief Bedoya can speak more on it, what you're going to have is more of a preventive measure, because everything we do is reactive. When we have a couple more people, 2 more fire inspectors in the bureau, you're going to see a lot of the fire inspectors in the city doing Title 19 inspections, giving recommendations to the businesses, to city staff. Our main goal is to prevent the fires before they even start happening. That happened, I want to say, in the middle of last month, and this month we hope to do interviews and start placing folks into areas of responsibility. Chief Bedoya, do you have anything to add to that?
No, not at all. You said it very well. So our goal is to make sure we have everybody representing every jurisdiction. So we won't have a drop in service, or I won't get triple booked. So we'll be able to be flexible and have people attending all the DRC meetings, hopefully the planning commission meetings, and sometimes they're double booked and there's a lot of inspections going on, but we're going to be able to expand out to be able to cater to everybody's needs in the San Benito County, San Juan Bautista, and definitely City of Hollister. Thank you. Good report.
Thank you.
Does the council have any questions of the fire chief or mayor? Okay, great. And real quick, I think we lost. I think we lost Keelan, Captain Keelan. I wanted to give Deputy Ryan Miller a chance to tell us what he's been up to in our town, focusing on traffic enforcement and other things. Ryan, do you have a second to join us? Thank you. Yeah.
Sorry, hang on one second. Sorry. Thank you, Fire Chief and Fire Marshal. We appreciate you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All you. Is the green button?
Oh yeah, green button's on. Okay. This is Deputy Ryan Miller. With the month of June, Sheriff's Office, we're doing what we can to keep you guys safe, but what we've done is a couple stop sign violations here and there. First in Ahwahnee, first in Monterey. We served a search warrant, got some methamphetamine off the street here. Stopped at a couple people, had methamphetamine on them as well, a couple warrants, a couple stolen vehicles here and there, but other than that, relatively quiet month of June, so.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Questions? We're good. Thank you very much for that. Thanks for keeping us safe.
Thank you, Deputy Miller. Yeah, and I have just a couple
Oh,
of.
Captain Keelan just showed up.
Oh, Captain Keelan's back?
I thought I just saw him appear.
Okay.
Go ahead, Deputy Miller. Sorry.
Sorry about that, I forgot. Copperleaf started a neighborhood watch as well. I forgot to mention that, so if they want to get in touch with somebody, I'll get some signs up, put them at the stop signs. But yeah, the positive note, forgot to mention that.
Awesome. Very cool. Thank you for that. First we're hearing.
did you want to invite?
Captain Keelan, do you have anything that you want to share?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you very much and welcome.
It's Lieutenant Yerena, but I think I
Oh,
logged into
hey,
the
Lieutenant,
link.
sorry.
No, it's I got the link and I clicked on it and I guess I'm showing up like Captain Keelan. So no, pretty much that's it. We as the sheriff's office, we're trying to hire more people, deputies on the streets. So we're putting somebody through the academy and we reopened the training position and we're hiring laterals. So hopefully we can get up to staffing numbers, and we just promoted a sergeant. So we're happy, and hopefully in the future we have more deputies out there. And hopefully down the line we can have another deputy down in San Juan Bautista, but that's something from we're willing to work on that. And Deputy Miller's been doing a good job. He's out there. He's proactive and he's involved in the community, and that's what we want. And anytime you guys need extra deputies, we're here. Just we're a call away or an email away. And just wanted to say I'm very proud of Miller, Deputy Miller, and I've heard a lot of good things from people from the community.
Very good. Thank you very much, Lieutenant.
Thank you, guys.
We're very pleased to have Ryan Miller. Thank you. Oh, sorry, Councilmember Edge has a question.
I do have a question. I was under the impression that we were going to have in 6 months, we would have a second deputy. Am I correct in saying that?
Is that a question for the sheriff's office?
Yes, it's for you.
Yeah, I think it's in the works. Once I get, do you guys have to vote on that, right? Or I don't know how that works, but we were talking about it, and that's in the works. If it goes through, or if it gets approved, or if you guys need another one, and there's a budget for that, then yeah, we're willing to sit down and hopefully get another deputy out there.
So as part of my monthly status report, Councilmember Edge, I have established a regular meeting the first Wednesday of every month with Captain Keelan and both lieutenants when they can come, Corral and Urena. And we talked about this matter, and they're having just a terrible time recruiting anybody. And what I remember hearing Captain Keelan thinking was that it would be at least 6 months to get another dedicated deputy. In the past, we've adopted a resolution. This time it was embedded in our budget. So I made sure a couple Wednesdays ago, I believe it was the 6th, so let them know that was approved and what's the next step. So we're working on that. Is that what you remember, Lieutenant?
Yes, and yes, we're with the promotion, and like I said, we had a few deputies in backgrounds, and unfortunately 2 didn't make it. But we're hiring, and once it hopefully we can get somebody out there. But I say yes, 6 months, and then from the start of the academy for the female deputy we're putting through the academy, I think 6 months is probably a good timeline.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, guys.
Don, sorry, excuse me. Can you please move closer to your microphone? Yeah, there you go. And turn it on.
Thank you.
Zoom can't hear you.
All right. Well, it takes practice. We're doing our best here. All right. Come on. There it is. All right. These are just a dozen slides to keep people updated, answer a few questions from public comments as well. We're excited that our new deputy city clerk starts August 1st. I think I tell you that every time I see you. It took 3 staff members to put this agenda together, and I just want to apologize. It seems like there's a lack of transparency or response to public records requests or other things. We're doing our best. Our office, our accounts payable clerk is doing our best to help us cover. So it's a challenge and we appreciate everybody's patience. I'm covering the risk management and the HR as best I can. We had our annual renewal of our criminal risk insurance policy. In case we have someone embezzling money or so forth, we have an insurance policy that covers that. It also covers the cyber criminals that may attack our systems and so forth. So that's one thing we did on the risk management side. We're expediting our workers' compensation case. We hope that comes to conclusion next month. And we've relied on RGS, the Regional Government Services, to draft 2 new policies. One is a telecommute policy, and the other is a change in the way we do administrative leave. So I hope to have those come before the council in August. Those are some of the things we're doing on the administrative side that aren't always so obvious to the public. As Councilmember Fields mentioned, Etheric is up and running. Several residents have signed up already, and the city facilities are to be hooked up next week, I hope. Always optimistic. And the Wi-Fi downtown is interesting. They've upgraded what they can do. They can put repeaters inside the streetlight fixtures and actually use the streetlights as repeaters and use the power from them as repeaters for our Wi-Fi downtown. So that's a cool thing that they're working on. So we shot all that data to them, the type of streetlights and number of streetlights that we have, and we hope to have the Wi-Fi downtown as well. As many council members noticed, AT&T has lost a tower and is struggling to serve me, the city manager, as well as 400 other cell service providers. So I don't take it personally that I was the 400th ticket filed to complain about the lack of service. So my phone has been bumping straight to voicemail, especially in my office. So that's kind of frustrating. But anyway, I just wanted to let the community know of that. They hope to get it fixed. They were hoping to get it fixed Friday, and I haven't seen any change yet. We've made great progress on the joint use of the school properties. We have signed a contract with JR Fencing. We approved the specifications for the fence today, and we hope to get this fence installed in about 6 days' time, and hope to get it installed prior to the start of school. It's in under budget. We had put 100,000 of the American Rescue Plan money aside for that, and it came in at about 71. It's looking closer to 77 now, but we're still in good shape there. So that's really good news that I wanted to report to the council today. And this is the fence. Am I still too far from it? Okay. This is where the fence will be, and this is what both plans for the school district and the city have agreed to, with an entrance off of the Alameda. This would be open up the basketball courts and the new playground, and then the soon to be track and field, all open to the public on weekends and after school. With that in place, we can begin to explore the temporary basketball hoops. Well, as we open up the basketball courts of the school, in theory, we would be providing basketball finally for our children and adults. And so we need to work on a basketball hoops program so that the homeowners that have them in front of their house are using them safely. We had hit one with our street sweeper once, and we've had some other close calls. So we want to make sure that we do put in place. We have about 24 basketball hoops last time we counted them. Some of them are abandoned. So we just want to put in a little $10 permit process where each homeowner will take responsibility for them. So that's coming forward. Also, something we have not been able to do until recently is enforcement of the highway fence policy that was adopted in 2021. So the building official has shared a draft letter with me today that we revised, and we'll be sending letters to all residential properties along Highway 156, explaining that if they don't have a fence taller than 6 feet, the new ordinance allows them to do that. That it does require a set of plans and a building permit. So come on in and we'll help you through that process. And then encourages those with existing fences to call us and arrange for appointments for inspections, as we would want the building inspector to look at all fences that were over 6 feet tall to make sure that they were safe. So that's going to start with a blanket letter campaign to the business owners along Highway 156, and then we'll follow up with each individual case. But we can identify the fences from 156 without interrupting the life of the property of the owner. So we're moving forward with that. We'll be as patient as we can. I did have a question if we had any funding to offer to help an existing fence owner repair their fence or sport it up. We don't specifically. So if the council wants us to entertain that, I'm happy to take that into consideration. It's a good idea. Rudy Park, that question came up in public comment today. We did open the park grass and playground, and we do have temporary toilets there. If you haven't been by lately, you'll notice that the utilities were started to be worked on again this week, and it should be wrapped up by the end of the week. I was assured today by the contractor that the restroom is on delivery and should be installed the week of July 29th. So we hope the Baruti Park is up and running by the middle of August. The part that we're going back and forth on right now that wasn't real clear in the bid specs apparently was the ADA accessibility and the park lighting. So once we work through that and get a building permit for the new sidewalks that will be there, then that park will be back in action. It is now, it's about 80%. We did our best to keep it open, and we repaired the irrigation electrical so that grass wouldn't die. It's interesting how during drought, we're watering per the rules Monday morning at 8 a.m. before 9, and Thursday mornings, we're able to keep the grass in pretty good shape in most of our parks in City Hall. Franklin Park, the dedicated bench will not arrive until September. So I've been in touch with the families that are wrapped into that, and they're very patient and understanding, and they understand the logistics in trying to get this teakwood bench from the, I guess, somewhere in Thailand. I guess that's where this wood comes from. I don't know, but anyway, we picked a hard bench to get. So we're being patient with that, but the park is open. We need help with the succulent garden. The contractor was not hired to plant the succulent garden. So we need to go back to the community and see if the neighborhood wants to be involved in that. That was the idea, that it would be a neighborhood park, and they would be planting the garden boxes and the succulents there. So that's something I need to be more assertive on and get back in the neighborhood and talk to them about that. So those the status of those two parks. Oh, I forgot to talk about city council chambers. Staff's not up to speed, but the council chambers are. So, and then thanks to Victor and CMAP for being here today, first time in 2 years. And to sound design, I want to put a shout out to Brian Shaw from Sound Design. Did a fabulous job piecing all this stuff together for us. I don't have to report on this anymore. A few development project updates. Casa Rosa was red tagged, as you know. They weren't building per the plans they submitted, and the plans they submitted were inadequate. They didn't include the facade structural reinforcement and other details. So they have resubmitted plans last Friday, and the building officials hopeful that they'll be back up and running within 30 days. We are allowing them to proceed on work not directly related to those sensitive areas until we get a set of plans approved. We talked to the owners of the new JJ's on Pierce and the Alameda, and they're ready to pull a demo permit. We spent quite a bit of time there. We talked to them about the sensitive historic rows and creating plantings. And there's also historic redwood inside the building that he wants to preserve. So that project, you'll see some progress out there on the Alameda soon. We did see some inquiries in action recently on the old brewery building. Apparently, that property dispute has been resolved because we got into a big conversation about lot lines and so forth with someone we'd never met before. So I'm hoping that the brewery building will be more than a nuisance in the near future. We haven't heard anything on that building in a long time. That's also on the Alameda. We have some major creek and stream bed issues with the property on Selwyn Hollister Road, and action is underway. We appreciate the community calling us when they see this stuff going on, because it's hard to be everywhere all the time. So just it's a major code enforcement case that we're investing a lot of time and energy into. The gas station reimbursement agreement was reviewed 7/12 with the city council. It's the first time the city council's talked to the new developer of the gas station at the Alameda and 156. So I hope to bring that back in August with some matters cleared up, and hope to move that project forward with possible approval or further refinement. We'll see what happens. I wanted to assure people, and Rosa Vivian is here today from the Community Health Foundation. We haven't received any application or plans from them, but we're ready to work when they are. We know they've hired a developer, so I just wanted to let the community know that we don't have any more information than they do on that project. And I know Rosa Vivian's working as fast as she can, besides running a clinic full time. So it's a lot of work she's endeavoring. The Orchard Development just wrote email Monday asking how they could move their plan along. Their application's been incomplete. This is the property on Lang Street where the Walnut Orchard is. So hopefully if we can get that application completed, we can bring it forward to the Planning Commission. It's not going to happen August 2nd, but maybe the Orchard Development can become something for the Planning Commission to review as early as September. we are finalizing the Loiza parcel map and getting our bonds in place. I know the city attorney's been working hard to get the performance bonds in place for the public improvements there. And that'll be hopefully final approval of that Loiza parcel map. It would expire in December, so we need to get that buttoned up. Some of you may have noticed we've been talking to Estrada Verde per the council's request and members of the public. So we interviewed County Resource Management Agency staff and they've agreed to attend the Planning Commission meeting and provide the Planning Commission with an update and to answer questions about the Estrada Verde development. It's over on Highway 25, not real close to our city, but we want to be noticed and we want to be considered in their plans. So stay tuned for that. That'll be interesting. And if the council likes, maybe we can get the same RMA management team here to talk to Estrada Verde for our team, for our city council. In general, we've talked about this before. We are preparing an RFP, request for proposals, for city engineering services. We finished our third year with the current company CSG June 30th, and we've agreed, CSG and I have agreed that it's time to go out for an RFP. We've also we are preparing an RFP for our street improvements. Remember, we took that budget from 200,000 to close to $1 million, and we're incorporating in some of the sidewalk money so that when we improve now 11 streets, we'll also have money to help where there's missing sidewalks or bad sidewalks in those same areas. So we're trying to be efficient about it. And I was told that that project would be out to bid in September. So that RFP is almost ready to go out, and that's a big one for us. That'll be a lot of streets, 11 streets being worked on over a 6-month period. There you go, council. Oh yes, council chambers upgrade is complete, but we have agenda planning software, which is going to help manage how the meetings are shown on the television live broadcast, and that'll be training offered today. But I asked them to wait until our new deputy city clerk started. She's very experienced with agenda planning software, so she should pick it up quickly. We identified a project manager for the community hall acoustics project. So they're going to take up the specifications I've been working on and move it forward and help us go out to bid for that and help us get the community hall acoustics finally upgraded. That was my goal after we completed the council chambers, that we move quickly into the community hall acoustics project. We are preparing a scope of work. I've asked Carl Bajarki to work on a new SCADA system, which is a telecommunication system using your smartphone and app to understand the status of our lift stations and our wells. And that's well overdue, as you know. I know the mayor gets called all the time by the family living near the water tank as it overflows. So this is the time when we need to be using our resources as carefully as possible and avoid those types of spills and problems. So we are addressing that. We are involved in a regional water master plan, which is something new. I have reviewed and commented on the draft plan. I looked for it on the water district's website today and I couldn't find it. So the governance committee, Councilmember Freeman and Mayor Jordan are on the governance committee, but it was canceled last Wednesday. And that's the whole idea, is to talk about the regional water master plan. In that plan are 9 different potential ways that the city, as part of being this regional plan, would benefit by water, not just from the San Luis Reservoir, but from other sources. So it's good to see this plan in place, to know that the city is really diversifying its portfolio if it has a chance to partner with the water district. So we were busy in June with our active transportation plan, our citywide trail system. This is a big $250,000 competitive grant, and I'm glad to see it in action. And Brian Fouch moved that project forward with EMC and the local government commission. Civic Well is the name of the group. We were busy with community outreach in June. We had some great participation and feedback. So thank you to everyone who had the time to contribute to our active transportation plan. We hope to see a draft of that in September. We had about 30 people at the charrette at the VFW. It was a good turnout. So we hope to be back before you in September with a draft plan. So the water force main, I don't have water or COVID on the agenda tonight. So I just wanted to let you know that we are working closely with the USDA as a funder and possible grant provider for this project. And they sent a letter yesterday urging the U.S. Fish and Wildlife to expedite the preparation of a 30-page biological report related to 2 endangered species. And ironically, the 2 endangered species may find habitat in our existing ponds, they say, and in the creek that we pump our water into. And so we're debating with them now and discussing, what if we stop putting water into the creek? That's the whole goal of the project. So we are working through that. And we've had some really productive meetings. I haven't come forward with a lot of details because the details are changing daily, but that's where the design of our project is and the definition of our force main project is. As you know, we're very fortunate from Senator Caballero and Assemblymember Rivas' support of a $3 million grant approved in the state budget June 30th. So we have now 4 million in hand out of 6 million was the goal. And like I said, the USDA is working closely to help us make that $6 million goal. The SOF state application is very near complete. When I drafted this for the council last Thursday, it is now complete and submitted. So the state revolving loan fund is in place. We hope to make the state's priority list for funding when it's published at the end of August. The water rate study is a critical path. If approved, then our design with the water district resumes. So COVID, not sure if we're moving back toward mandatory masks indoors. I did talk to the fire marshal about tonight's meeting, particularly because I wanted to be sure that we were taking the appropriate safety protocols. The council chooses to wear a mask, and of course we will all respect that and wear our masks, but you can't hear us talk, but probably we talk too much. So with that, I'm gonna get a drop of water and I'm happy to answer any questions, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Edge.
Oh, I have a ton of questions, I thought. Let's see here. The Wi-Fi, that they're gonna be using in the city lights, will they be visible or they're gonna be hidden inside the light bulb?
It's a very small fixture that goes in just before the light bulb, so they will be hidden inside.
Okay. The residents along 156, what streets are involved?
Franklin, 7th Street, and I think there's one more south of Franklin. As I looked at the map, I counted maybe 30 homes.
Oh, okay.
Including Councilmember Flores.
Oh.
My backyard.
Park. I thought the grant that was that we had gotten for Franklin Park, I thought that was going to take care of all the landscaping and all.
It could. That grant was not enough to pay for the whole park, so there is a little bit of like $50,000 of general fund there as well. So, but when the project specifications went out, which was quite a while ago, the idea was the community wanted to participate. So if necessary, we have contingency and we could plant succulents and take that on. So
we could give them some of those funds so that they can buy the succulents or if they like and they can plant them.
Joe's Landscaping can provide the succulents. Yeah, we just needed to coordinate. I need a champion to step up now that Mary's moved to PG.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mary Morales.
All right. I had one more. I'm sorry. You go so fast, Dawn.
I got it out in advance this time.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Answer my question. This morning, when I left all my windows open, my air conditioning, my whole upstairs stunk. Did you? Scott lives in that same area. It just, I don't know what's going on. It just, but it was bad. It just got it. I mean, I couldn't even close the windows because then I trapped the smell inside the house. So I just, I need you to know that. maybe you can do something about it. And then, there's a draft. What draft are you talking about with, in the last one, the last,
That's
the
not our plan.
charrette,
I'm sorry. The ATP, the Active Transportation Plan?
no, it says they're culminated in charrette at the VFW, good turnout. And then it says back in September with a draft to consider. What kind of
Yes.
draft?
That, a draft report, a draft recommendation, a draft trail plan for our city.
Okay,
I'd be happy to share the grant with you. It's been a while since we've looked at it.
okay. Yeah, that sounds good. Okay. Thank you, Don.
Sure.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Flores?
No comments, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Friels?
Just a couple. The question I get at least once or 12 times weekly. Where exactly is the prefab restroom? Do we know where it is?
In transit.
Where was it manufactured? Where was
No,
it?
no, well, I know it was manufactured in the east, right?
The Midwest, yeah.
The Midwest. Okay, so is it sitting like at the Nevada state line on a lowboy trailer, just waiting for a California compliant big rig to come and bring it home? Okay, if that's the case, I know somebody who may be able to help us with that, but where the heck is it? And is it even made? Do we have a picture of it, or? I mean,
We did at one time have photos.
The planning commission approved, the
I
design.
get that, but where is this restroom? Because we've been waiting for it for now
9
a long time. I remember
Years.
approving it back.
9
years
years.
ago. So part of the complication was, take a deep breath, MPE who bid on the project didn't realize that none of the flat work around the restroom was designed or approved by the city. They thought that they were bidding on a project where all that design work was already done. So what's been happening for the last 3 months before the restroom can actually land on the slab is to have the utilities in place and have agreement as to where the sidewalks go and how they're designed. So I know, I'm sorry it's been such a long time. I didn't expect that either. They're one of the largest companies in the area. I thought this will be a slam dunk, and it's not. So I've been expediting the project personally. I no longer let the city engineer get involved in that, and we're doing the best we can. And I have a firm date of July 25th, so you can shoot me if you want on the 26th.
Well,
There were some issues with the planning department also
Yes,
that waylaid it, and AT&T.
It's gonna be hard for me to shoot you when I get shot. Yeah, I'm,
Good point.
but on that same note,
Deputy Miller?
thank you for moving the fence. My angry moms are no longer calling me, so I'm happy about that. Thank you for that.
Okay.
Get that back. How do I put this? So I've driven by the Aromas school in Aromas half a dozen times this last month. And it's amazing how many kids are playing on the playground and the basketball courts. And it's all within the fence. So for some reason, it's okay for Aromas kids to play on the basketball courts in Aromas within the fencing, but it's not okay for San Juan kids to play on the basketball courts within the fencing. This kind of frosts me because we're gonna spend a lot of money. And if what's good for the goose, right? So that's just, I'm right here in public, I'm holding them responsible. If we have to pay $75,000 for fencing, then, you know, you've got another school up there that's, and now I'm gonna probably get phone calls from Roma's people just. It is what it is. Stradivarius, are we gonna ask to see every controversial project or have somebody presents every controversial project 9 miles away from us in the county? I don't understand why we're taking up time with a county project.
So I can answer that if you like.
Okay, yeah, please.
When the environmental impact report was drafted, they sent it to staff for approval. Or not approval, but for review. And so, of course, we reviewed it and David Mack actually reviewed it. And we sent that review back maybe a few days past their deadline. We're within a circle that's large enough that we're included as a stakeholder.
Oh.
And so when that happened, a commissioner picked up on it and said, hey, I want a chance to review it. And so we thought it'd be good since the mayor's asked me questions and several others have. And frankly, I don't know a lot about the project, just to have them come and introduce the project to us.
Okay, thank you. I just didn't know why we were gonna. It's that time. That's it. Thank you. Thanks for updates on the parks. I walked through Franklin Park. I have to say, as a kid who grew up in that neighborhood, it looks really nice, and I appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you, Don, for the great report. I just following up with what Scott said, I've felt this frustration for the past 5-6 years. And I was dealing with the facilities people and the superintendent way back in 2016. And it's very frustrating. And I've said the exact same thing to the superintendent, why do the kids in Aromas get to play and we're locked out? Oh, why do the kids in Aromas get to play and we're locked out? It just, like Scott, it just upset me greatly. I never really got a good answer for it. Jennifer Colby told me, well, she was on the school board at the time. The day after September 11th, they decided to put the fence up. I really don't see what a really horrendous attack in New York has to do with San Juan. I don't think that fence is going to keep out Osama bin Laden or whoever. Yeah, I know he's dead. But so it always, I'm glad to see it's coming to fruition. The money is grant money from the federal government. So, whether we spend it or the school district spends it is, to me, kind of beside the point. But I'm happy to see it coming to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you. Couple of questions. RFPs, we have one going out for city engineering services and for street improvements, water and wastewater and cameras. Where are we with those? The wastewater contract expired and we extended it for a moment. Is that correct?
We extended it until December 31st.
Closer.
If I had to pick between that selection, I would tell you the city engineer was the highest priority. It wasn't when I had the others drafted. I don't believe we're ready for a security camera RFP. If anything, maybe we're ready for an assessment of where they should go and how they should be managed. My concern there is exactly like trying to upgrade this room. We don't have an IT staff to manage it. And I think the sheriff and I agreed July 6th when we met that we need to talk about the serious nature of how does the sheriff use the data and does their IT department have staff that can use the data? So I need to work out those logistics before I move forward on security camera right now. And those probably sound like a bunch of stupid excuses, but I don't want to spend 200 grand on that project and have it sit here and get dusty, right?
Right.
So and plus technology will change in 6 months and we can get a better product. So hopefully at a better price because it's all computer generated. So on the other two, wastewater and water, I'm just trying to get them done by the end of the year at this point. I need to get the city engineer straightened out. It's been
Absolutely. Okay, cool.
just a
Thank
matter
you.
of priority and staff capacity there.
Yep. Nope. All good. Thank you. 9 years. Did I say that already? I think I am good. A really big shout out, sorry. thank you to Senator Caballero and Assemblymember Rivas. I got a call from Senator Caballero letting me know that that the 3 million that Senator Caballero and Assemblymember Rivas put in for us, and she was super excited to continue to be a part of this community, although we are no longer in her district, and she has asked for special dispensation to stay on to help us out for a while. So thank you all, Senator Caballero, Assemblymember Rivas, and Congressman Panetta for the monies, the $4 million that we have. Thank you. I'm done. Thank you very much. Do we have any comment from council chambers? Nothing, thank you. Do we have anything on Zoom?
We do, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much for asking. And I would like to take this opportunity to remind those in the chambers to make sure that you are speaking into your mic. It has been difficult to hear the questions that have come forth. So there might be, just to let you know, there might be some comments about maybe repeating some of those inquiries that have occurred. But we do have 2 members, and anyone else who would like to speak tonight, please go ahead and raise your hand by using the raise hand button, or press *9 for those that have joined us by phone. And so I have brought in the first person. You are unmuted, and your 3-minute timer will start when you begin to speak.
Thank you very much, Galaxy Z Flip 3 5G. Can you please state your name?
Is this Cara Vonk?
Hi,
I didn't
Cara,
hear.
welcome.
Okay, hi. Just very quickly, just background on the Veruti Park bathrooms. This was before the Planning Commission a long time ago, and the bathrooms were completely designed. We had architect plans, and then somewhere down the line, it was decided that it should be a prefab. And I guess that's what we're waiting for. I just hope the design, will enhance the park. And then the other item I wanted to comment on was the Strada Verde. The city did get a letter because they're preparing an EIR, and they wanted to know if there were any issues that we might be concerned with. Harrison Associates responded, and in their letter, they indicated that there might be a housing impact if, they're saying that they're going to be hiring a lot of people to work there. And in my thinking about it, I'm just wondering about noise and pollution, because they're going to be auto testing facilities. Are there going to be noise factors and pollution if they're using, the gas cars? But that's all I wanted to mention in terms of the reports. Thank you.
They're going to be electric.
Thank you very much for that. Do we have anybody else?
We do, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much. Teresa, I'm bringing you in to speak.
Teresa, hi, welcome.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
I can hear you
I'm
fine,
in
thank
I'm
you.
in Indiana, out on the Lanai, so I don't know if you can hear me with all these bugs around me. But I just wanted to update everybody. I know Councilman Freeman and Councilman Friels mentioned about the Aromas school being open and San Juan school not being open. The only reason that Aromas school is open is because they're completely fenced off from all the classrooms. And the way the facilities are looking at it, it's a safety issue. It's to protect the buildings from vandalism, whatever. I'm totally on board with you guys because I've been working with this also for forever. But the good news is we're going to have the school open to the community. So important. That's it.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah,
Okay.
very, very huge that we get to have the community involved now.
Okay, so anyone else who has joined us by Zoom, if you would like to speak, please raise your hand. If you are joining us by phone, please press the *9. There was someone else who had their hand raised at one point. It did go down, so I don't know if that was a glitch in the system. So if you do want to raise your hand, now is the time to do that. Use the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. We have no other hands raised at this time, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Moving along, public hearings. Introduce an ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Juan Bautista amending section 35155 of the San Juan Bautista Municipal Code and increasing water rates.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
did we miss, or was the item F pulled from the agenda
Oh,
tonight?
I apologize. Reports from City Council representatives to regional organizations and committees was addressed in 4C. Thank you for that.
Yes, thank you for the clarification for those out here in the public.
Thank you.
Yes.
Public hearing, increase of water rates. City manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council, members of the public. Great turnout tonight, 24 on Zoom and maybe 7 or so in our City Council chambers. Thank you for your patience getting to this item. It took a while, but we're here now. And I wanted to share who else is here. Tonight joining us is Eric Helgeson from Bartle Wells, sitting to my right. We have the CEO of the San Benito County Water District, Jeff Catano, also in the audience. I did not see Attorney Mark Mandel. He had a conflict tonight, so hopefully he'll be able to join us.
I'm here.
Oh, great. Thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you, Bob.
And I just want to apologize in advance. I did just finish presenting at another city's city council meeting. I'm in a back room doing this call at their city hall, so it might be a little bit noisier than normal on the
Okay.
line.
Thank you, Mark. No worries. The Prop 218 slides are slides 21 through 23, so maybe that matter will be over by the time we get to you. We have to go through the background to explain where we've been real quick. For those who have not participated in the process or are unaware, we will review the EPA status and developing our capital improvement project specifications. Then Eric's here to talk about the rate study and the cost components, and then we'll close with the Prop 218 process. So as you know, as the treasurer reported, we have a general fund. Our three major funds are general fund, wastewater enterprise fund, and our sewer fund. And of course, raising our water rates would increase our water enterprise fund revenue. And the enterprise fund is defined as being used as a tool that we use in fund accounting government to isolate and protect water fees from being commingled with other financial resources and verified annually by our audit. To that matter, I want to mention our CPA, Wendy, is also on the call tonight. Sorry, Wendy. Each monthly payment for water pays for the water system. We have a base rate and then a volumetric rate, which is $1 per 1,000 gallons used by each home. That's why you have a water meter on your home, so we can measure the volume. So when revenues exceed expenditures, the funds are placed in a reserve account and can only be used to repair or expand the size of the water system. Water connection fees collected from development and all new connections are also used to increase the system's capacity. So what we call a connection fee is in other jurisdictions called a capacity fee, and it's designed to be reserved to expand the capacity of our ability to provide water. So the water rate history since 2012, the water rates have increased about 2% a year. And starting in 2015, they increased 2.6%. They were not changed in 2020 or 2021 due to COVID and basically due to COVID, the volumetric rate remains at 635 per gallon for the last 3 years. So here's a chart to that effect. And then the base rate also increased at a similar rate from 2% through 2012, 2.6% between 2015 and 2019. So the base rate is currently $55.76. So the residents of San Juan Bautista pay as little as $75 per month for water to as high as $125 per month for water at an average cost of about $104. And you might say, well, my water bill is twice that. And that's because the water bill includes a sewer flat rate of 95.62. So each resident water bill includes the sewer bill, and it ranges from about 155 to as high as $220 per month. The average is about $200 per month. Okay, there we go. How's our water enterprise fund doing? Much better than our sewer enterprise fund. They are budgeted at 1.2 million annually, and the water system expenses are estimated at about a little over $1 million. And you heard the surplus from our June 30 report tonight from the treasurer's report was a positive $300,000. But in 21-22, we thought when we projected our budget that there would only be $152,000 difference. So it's actually trending better than it was. Last fiscal year, it was even better with a close to $500,000 positive rate. So that's good news because it offsets close to 25% of our need to increase our water rates in order to be in compliance with the EPA and the projects the city council selected. So the May 31st, 2022 town hall meeting was a special meeting just on this subject, and we also had the budget on that agenda. We went through the basics of our water system. We rely on 3 city wells right now, and 2 of those 3 are in operation. The water system is vulnerable to nitrate contamination. We've closed several wells in the past 10 years or so. We closed well 6 in March of 2020, just shortly after we got it online. The current cost to pay for local groundwater to be extracted and distributed are what we do when we provide water to our customers, and the enterprise fund revenues exceed expenses to have for the past several years. So the enterprise fund is currently in a healthy fiscal position. They executed an EPA order on consent. So we're moving into the next phase now, where we went through this inspection of our facilities, and the EPA and water board has threatened to fine us, and it looks like we're close to settling that deal. But on the other hand, we executed administrative order on consent. And in that order of consent, the first thing we were supposed to do, because we were violating our wastewater treatment permit by sending too much salt to the creek, we had to commit to removing salts from the water. But it wasn't just salts from the wastewater, it was salts from the source of the water and salts from brine producing water softeners. So when we extract exceptionally hard water from our groundwater and send it to our residents, of course, they invest in water softeners, which produce brine, which winds up in our waste stream. So the hard water itself has a high salt content. The brine producing water softeners add to that. Our wastewater treatment plant is not built or designed to remove salt from the water. So we've agreed to do these 3 projects in October 2020. And the last one that we need to do now is the import of surface water from the West Hills water treatment plant. So we signed an MOU with the San Benito County Water District back in 2021, and we've been working hard with them to make this project happen. But real quick, the wastewater, we also executed an MOU with the city of Hollister. The force main is 99% designed, as described earlier, and the permits are being completed. We're goals to secure $6 million in grants and low interest loans. We're well on our way to do that. The fall 2021 sewer rates were approved to pay for the debt service on the loans and to pay the capital improvements for a 6-mile pipe to the Hollister treatment plant and for Hollister's cost of treating the city's wastewater. We did adopt an ordinance to ban the use of brine producing water softeners in 2021. But we postponed removal of existing units until the import of surface water is completed. The EPA AOC progress continues with the MOU with the water district. Sorry if I'm being redundant. This design is at 30% completed by the water district. The district's capital improvement budget was received in the fall of 2021, and the cost of providing water was negotiated in December and February. Tony Akel, who helped draft our master plans, and Dmitry Semenoff from Ridgeline Consulting, acting as our municipal advisor, have reviewed those costs and negotiated them with the district. These costs are an integral piece of the water rate study. The water rate study was publicized May 21st with the town hall meeting May 31st. So with that, we have our capital improvement component, which is a 6-mile pipe from West Hills treatment plant, $7.7 million. and a 6-mile pipeline from the West Hills Treatment Plant. And the detailed assessment of the city's water system was completed in the master plan by Tony Akel, and it was amended to integrate the import of water from the water district. Projects the city needs from now, and it projects the city's water needs from now until 2040. So based upon the general plan, the amended growth rate was 1.9% per year, and that's the way the system is designed. So right now we're consuming between 1.04 and 1.7 million gallons per day, and the 1.7 million gallons per day was in 2017. So due to conservation measures and better efficiency of our water systems, we're already reducing our water consumption. System to import water is designed for 2.25 million gallons per day, which would allow us to grow at a rate of 1.9% a year. So 65% of that is what is needed to size the pipe correctly. So that's how we created our CIP. And I wanted to introduce Eric again, Assistant Vice President from Bartle Wells, came to join us tonight to discuss his work on our rate study. Yeah, he worked with Doug Dove from Bartle Wells, who did the rate study in 2015, and he also completed the city's sewer rate study. So he's pretty familiar with our city and our needs and our strengths and weaknesses. So Eric, I'll let you go ahead from here.
All right, I think I'm on now.
There you go.
Awesome. Thank you, Don, and members of the council. It's a pleasure to be here in front of you again, and pleasure to be actually here, which is very cool. So the water rates study had two primary objectives. One, to be legally compliant, make sure the rates and the process followed the 218. And also to make sure that the rates were financially sufficient, meaning that they are sufficient to pay for operating your system, and then to pay for all of the identified capital needs. Do you want me to just click on? Awesome. Oops. And following that, the primary driver is this project to connect to the San Benito County Water District. It's a $12.6 million project. I think in the model adjusted for inflation, we moved it up to 13.3. So paying for that project, the debt service, and really paying for that project is having rates be sufficient to support the debt service for the financing of that project. And in order to do that, rates have to be able to hit a debt service coverage, minimum debt service coverage ratio. So that's a big driver to make sure that annual revenues are 1.3 times the annual net revenues are 1.3 times the projected debt service for the project. The project itself, in addition to the debt service and capital costs, there's going to be other ongoing costs, such as the cost of purchased water, and also an annual payment for buying into the treatment plant. As Don talked about, capacity fees. You connect to a new system, the West Hills plant. The city actually has to pay a capacity fee to connect to that other system. So with all of those ongoing costs and the debt service, it's going to add about $1 million a year to the total cost of the water system. The project itself consisted of about 7.7 million in actual construction costs, and then some numerous other costs, financing fees. And with the project buy-in, the buy-in to the Hollister system, the West Hills, was about $12.6 million in total. So the rate increase is designed to meet all of those ongoing annual costs and to facilitate the approval of financing for this project. And as Don said, all of the inputs for the project costs were done working with Ridgeline Consulting. They worked on working with the county to finalize those costs, and then also with Tony Akel, and to get the project costs. Some cost savings would, as the city buys more water, there'll be less water produced in locally. So we did try to reflect that reduced cost from not relying as much on the wells. Was there anything else you want to add on this slide?
No, I'm just trying to summarize it.
Oh.
You're finished, so.
Oh, and then this slide is just an overview of the financial plan for the water enterprise, showing how each column represents the annual expenses in total, made up of debt service and O&M expenses, cash funded capital. And you can see that, you know, once the project comes online, those expenses double, and we're building up the revenues to be able to meet those annual expenses. And you know, you're building up your reserves a little bit in the beginning of the financial plan, and then you'll be drawing them down at the end. When you do your next 5-year rate increase, you'll get your revenues to be about even with your expenses.
Almost home. Thank you, Eric. The rates are scheduled, the volumetric rate is scheduled to grow approximately 65%, much like our sewer rates we experienced last fall, starting currently at 635, where they've been for 2 years.
Don, I am sorry to interrupt. I'm just not sure how else to capture attention, but I cannot hear you.
Okay.
I recognize your voice, so I knew it was you talking, but we need you more into the mic if you can, please.
Okay, that's fine. I'm sorry, I forgot to take my mask off.
Thank you. That sounds great right there.
Okay, great. Okay. Okay, so just reviewing the proposed rates. The volumetric rates is currently at $6.35, and it's proposed to increase $1 or so for the next 5 years up to $10.12 by 26-27. That's per 1,000 gallons. And then the monthly base rate is at $55.76 now, where it's been for 3 years. It's proposed to increase $65.91, and then about $10 a year up to almost $95 by 26-27. So this is what Eric and the team has worked on to come up with a conservative worst case scenario. Like we said earlier, we have just now begun working on grants and low interest loans for this project, and it looks like there will be federal funds. The infrastructure funds are just now coming out, so we could take advantage of that program and a couple other programs that we hope to take advantage of. So now that we're wrapping up our work on the wastewater program, we can focus our fundraising for this program, and would hope to put a dent and slow down this rate increase. This is the maximum we can charge. We can charge less than this if we want to, but we cannot charge more. So in order to make the debt payment, that's why this conservative estimate is coming forward as a rate increase tonight. So the Proposition 218 process is how we increase our rates. We're not allowed to receive more funds than we spend, and the Prop 218 process does that. We sent out a detailed notice explaining Prop 218 to all of our 833 users. And in that is an invitation to protest and a process described on how to protest rate increases. If a majority of the 833 customers have to protest the increased rate, the city council ultimately decides by ordinance. So the ultimate decision is made by the city council. And Mark Mendel can explain how that system works. As of the start of this meeting, we had 5 written protests received by 5 p.m. today. Because of the nature of the Zoom and in-person meeting tonight, we would accept testimony at the podium and through the Zoom as additional protests. And then in the end, the city clerk is required to tally the protests, and the council can take action as they deem appropriate. To disapprove the rate increase, to take no action, or to approve the first reading of the ordinance approving the rate increase. And if people need details on how to protest and a Proposition 218 process. I have that as a final slide here, and we're happy to bring this back up and review it so that everyone understands where they are in this process. And with that, we're done, and we're happy to take questions and comments, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments, concerns from the council? Councilmember Edge?
I don't think my mic is working. It's pretty dead. Oh, it's gone again. It keeps going out.
I'm sorry, if somebody's talking in the council chambers, we can't hear you at all online.
We're experiencing technical difficulties. We're working on them. Please sit by.
Will do.
Can you hear me? Hello?
I
We
can
can
now.
hear you now, Councilmember
Okay,
Edge.
good.
Yes, thank
Yeah,
you.
My battery was dead. Not mine, but the mine's.
Just reminder, try to speak as close to the microphone as possible, especially when wearing a mask.
Is this better? I
Oh,
took-
Councilmember Edge, that's wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, all right, I won't be long. I just have a question for both Dawn and Eric. I didn't get a chance to compare this packet to the May packet when we had the town hall. Is there anything in this packet that's different from in May?
Councilmember Edge, there is not a lot different in here. I did provide the chronology so that the background was complete, so I updated that. You see the 18 bullet points in the background. I hope I didn't bore you to tears with that. But for the most part, this has been a pretty steady process, and it mirrors almost identically the May 31st. We haven't had any updates.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to make sure also that the pricing that we're looking at, that we're gonna have to be paying. And then Eric, you did say that that there would be some costs. But is that cost to the general public, to the community to have to pay higher water rates?
Well, the rates were final in the 218 notice that was sent out. I think what I was trying to stress in the last meeting was just that the rates are the maximum rates, and they're needed to also qualify for the financing and the grants. But when those and the cost of the project is still at its 30% design phase, so that it's not that cost will be refined as the project gets closer to.
So potentially when the cost of the project is complete, will that cost be put onto the consumer?
The rates that we proposed already incorporate that cost.
Okay.
So they should be, barring any unforeseen, because we tried to make pretty conservative assessments.
Right.
So they should actually come in theoretically lower than what we put into our model.
And I remember my asking the same question last time and asking you. I just wanted to make sure we're still there on the same page.
I appreciate it. It's an important one to clarify. Thank you.
And if I could add something, that what this ordinance does is it adopts the rates at that maximum rate, but you can always in the future reduce the rates by ordinance. So what you're doing now is you are adopting the rates with each of the annual increases that were disclosed in your notice. And then also what's been added, one thing that has been added since the last time you saw this is the detailed information about how the pass-through of the commodity cost of water will work. And this matches what was in the mailer. And Bob Rathey, could you check to make sure that I just sent you an email about the copies of the ordinance, make sure the right one is before the council.
Good. Mhm.
I'm assuming Bob just said yes, but I can't hear him.
Yes, he did.
Okay, thank you.
He's looking for it
Yes,
now.
I'll
Thank
check
you.
right now.
Great. Thank you, Bob.
Thank you. Are you finished? Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Flores, questions, comments, concerns?
I have none, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Freels.
Yeah, just a couple things. I'm asking this question because I kind of want to hear it out loud and hopefully everybody, who's ever paying attention.
We just lost Councilmember Friel's sound.
Can you hear me? All right, I'll get close to it then.
Oh, perfect. Right there. Thank you so much.
Okay, so I like I said, I was just gonna ask this out loud, just so we can all hear it out loud. So far, as far as public hearings for this or public meetings for this rate increase, we've had the one in May and now this one. Is that accurate? Or we had more? I want to hear, I just kind of want to hear, I want everybody to hear that we've actually been talking about this for quite some time.
You had the one in May that wasn't technically a hearing. That was technically a discussion of the resolution of intention, which proposed the rates and instructed staff to send out the notice. But there was extensive discussion back at the May meeting about this. And I believe there have been some study sessions as well prior to that. But I would defer to your city manager on
Yeah,
that question.
could I get that from Don, please?
Thank you.
Yeah,
We've had this, we've had a specific town hall meeting on water rates and budgets, May 31st. And then this discussion tonight, yes, Councilmember Friels, it was also on the April agenda and it was also on the May regular city council agenda, just to give you a status and updates of where we were heading. So specific meetings on the rate study, specifically two, but we've been talking about the rate study since December when we got the cost estimates from the water district. So I could go back through the agendas and share that with you, or perhaps the city manager's status reports. But it is a matter of conversation, and it's been since we adopted the 3 compliance projects in October 2021, we've been working on all 3. And in fact, I recall feedback after we adopted the sewer rates, where public was disappointed because they thought we were going to be importing new surface water. And the message from the city manager's office was in November, December, hey, we're working on that and we're coming forward with that. And as you may recall, we amended the MOU with the city of Hollister because it talked about this project coming in online the same time as the wastewater project, but this project was lagging behind almost 12 months. So we amended the MOU with Hollister because of the status of this project, this rate study coming forward. So that's what we were doing last fall and last January, and that was to the satisfaction of the USDA. The USDA is a major funder in this project, a major partner, and they are very interested in our progress towards the surface water import. So indirectly or directly, it has been discussed for the last 6 months.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I just wanted to get, there's a lot of scuttlebutt out there saying that this is the first we've ever heard of it, and I'm sorry if folks haven't heard of it before, but we have been talking about it. Matter of fact, it's probably given some of us a lot of grief. Table 2. Did we ever find out why we have to pay, or the $193,000 per Stantec, the softener buyback? Why is that? I thought that was a county water. I thought the county water did that.
It is, and that keeps coming up.
Because it's the same table that we use March 31st.
Right,
Yeah.
so the 193 we already pay for, we pay into that program with annual fees to the district, to the water district.
Right, and so that's all part of the groundwater conservation program that they run in addition to their regular district business. So you're right, Scott, we did answer that question after that table was printed, so that's just simply.
We lost you, Don.
That's because I'm still wearing my mask. Thank you. Norma.
Okay, I didn't know that. I did not know there was an answer to that question that I raised. I'm sorry. I maybe I missed one of the million emails.
That's okay. That's an engineer's estimate based on what the average rebate is in other communities and what percentage of our community uses water softeners. So it's all estimate. based from the preliminary engineers report originally. from
So,
Santa.
so that number needs to come off the, all of the reports.
Yeah,
Yep.
okay.
Yeah, you're right. Yes.
I mean, in the whole scope of the thing, I mean,
Uh,
$12 million, but it's still $193,000.
Right.
Which is another deputy and another firefighter on the engine. So I just wanted to point that out. And good, I'm glad I got that answered. Because I think I voted no the last time because I didn't have an answer on that. So perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
And I can report, I've looked at the ordinance in the packet and the ordinance that Mark sent me and I believe sent earlier, and there is a difference. The words collection, treatment, and distribution remain in the ordinance in the packet. Those words, I believe, should be coming out and the reference should be to water service, singular. Is that correct, Mark?
That is, but actually more important is that the version I emailed you includes in the rate table the start dates for each year and also the pass-through language. And that really needs to get into the ordinance.
Okay. Okay, and that is attachment A.
Correct.
Right.
Did you want to share your screen so we could see that? Or would the mayor be interested in seeing that in more detail? The council?
I can do that, I think.
So we're talking about.
Hey, could somebody, I don't know how to share my screen.
At the bottom, there should be might be highlighted as a green that says share screen.
Got it, got it.
Cool.
Just to clarify, so
Sometimes that toolbar disappears on us, so.
we didn't get the correct ordinance in our packet? Is that what we're saying?
Yes.
We're saying, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, attachment A differs from in the packet version to Mark's version, Mark's latest version.
Okay, well, I have put on the screen, can you guys see?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. On the ordinance itself, there are minor changes just to describe the service that we're funding as water service rather than water collection, treatment, and distribution services. And that change is made 3 places in the ordinance. And then the more significant change is that I'm presenting the water rates a little bit differently. It shows the first year rates going into effect on October 1st, 2022. And then each of the next 4 rates going into effect on July 1st of the relevant year. And then there is this rather lengthy language that Eric and I drafted to describe how the pass-through works. This is a pass-through of the rates that are charged by San Benito County Water District to the city for the treated water that the district will be selling us. This explains how if their rates don't match what's projected, their actual charges to the city will be passed through to customers on the customer rates. And if you approve this ordinance, what you're approving is each of the 5 years of rates, and you're also approving the pass-through, which works automatically.
Thank you. Councilmember Freeman, questions, comments, concerns?
Yes, I have a few comments. I'd like to follow up on what. First, I'd like to hopefully be the optimist here and follow up on what Mark and Eric just said and follow up on what we've been doing. We've been doing very well at getting grants. Right now, the 2 grants we have are for the sewer system, but just projecting these same success rate to the freshwater system. If we can get 4 million in grants for that, that would take that $7.7 million construction cost and whack it down by over half. And so we would basically only be financing, 3.5 million or so. I don't know what the attorney and Eric would say, but if that savings, I personally would like to take it off the flat rate, the standard rate instead of the volumetric rate, because I think that would be fair to all residents. That's just my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't have anything to add to that right now. Excuse me. I would like to now open it up to public comment. Do we have any public comment for members of the audience? In chambers first, thank you. Welcome, Andy. Please state your name.
Yeah, Andrew Moore, 505 Second Street.
Are you
Yeah.
lit up there? Sorry.
Can you hear me?
I'm just making sure you're lit up. I can hear you because we're.
Yeah, I think I'm good.
Okay, perfect.
I have a question for Don or Jeff. If this, when this is fully implemented, is the 65% of the water coming from out of the area? Can somebody?
And Don, I can answer that. Andy, so the 65% of the water it will be part of the water that the water district imports from the Central Valley project or other water that it acquires out on the open market in any given year, depending upon supply.
Okay, that's what I want to know. Also, I'm going to continue on here. So in 1977, people in Zone 6, which we're in, voted to bring water from Central Valley, borrowed $19.9 million to come in here because we were drawing water out of the basin. So we're going to decrease by 65% out of the basin. Everybody that owns a piece of property in San Juan Bautista, look at your property taxes. My little house down the street, I pay $600 and something a year. Now, I don't blame the water district for charging us for what they're going to sell us. Now, are we going to get a discount on our property taxes? We're no longer going to be drawing 65% of the water out of the basin. You guys follow me? So look at your property taxes. When I was on the council, people came to me and said, we're paying this and this and this. But let me just tell you, this came out of the archives. This is from the county of San Benito, 2017-18. This is in the city of San Juan Bautista. The city went to the water district, 201,247.28, 16-17, 178,599.65. This is from their tech. So again, and I know it's a lot higher with the 2 new subdivisions, but I'll leave it at this. I'm for bringing that water in because we need better water. But how can that tax on your property taxes stay intact and we still get charged for the water? That's not fair to the residents. There ought to be a decrease. Whatever we decrease, we ought to, it ought to be kicked back to the property owners. I think that's only fair. They're not gonna give us this water for free. I don't blame them. But we need to, that was 45 years ago. So something needs to change. So I'll leave it at that. You guys can figure it out, but every property owner is paying a fee. And so they get that along with that, or does that get reduced by the percentage of water that we're buying from them? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other public comment in the chambers? Seeing no hands raised, I defer to City Clerk. Do we have anything on Zoom?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We do have a few hands raised here in Zoom. And I do want to remind those who have joined us tonight on Zoom that if you would wish to speak on this matter, please raise your hand by using the raised hand button on the bottom of your screen, or for those who have called in, press *9, and that will raise your hand. Once you are brought into the meeting, you can unmute yourself, and then your 3-minute time will start. For those who have called in, to unmute yourself, press *6. So you can raise your hand at any time while anyone is speaking, just to let those know. And in the meantime, I am bringing in Sherry. So if you unmute yourself, your 3-minute time will start.
Thank you, Sherry. Welcome.
Hello, good evening, everybody. I just have a couple of questions. I attended several of this water services meeting. Just like to know, have we resolved the issue with Earthbound or Taylor Farm of their contribute more the wastewater? They didn't do their treatment better. And the second things, have we resolved the issue that we've been undercharged those industrial water usage for a long time? Have we correct that? And the increase that we have for residents, is that also increased to the industrial also? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I'm bringing in Michael.
Michael,
if you would-
welcome.
Yes. Hello, Michael
Hi,
Ponce.
we can hear you.
Okay, Michael Ponce, 803 First Street. Yeah, I've been trying to study and learn as much as I can about this San Juan Bautista Water Master Plan. I hope that I'm not gonna be sounding too negative. I'm just trying to understand the complex and expensive project. I do understand that there is negative reaction to our water rate increase, but I also understand that they are necessary. Nobody likes increases. I do have a few questions and comments. Number one, it is my understanding that a pellet plant is intended to remove salts. So, and I know San Juan water is high in hardness and nitrates. I looked up nitrates, and nitrate states that nitrate is a polyatomic ion with a chemical formula of number -3. Salts containing this ion are called nitrates. Nitrates are common components of fertilizers and explosives. Number two, once San Juan gets the permit for the Mike Rovey system and well number 6 is brought online, will the nitrate problem be solved? How much water can the Mike Rovey system clean per day? Will the Mike Rovey system be able to clean all of San Juan's water of nitrates? And can San Juan build a large enough Mike Rovey system to clean all of San Juan Bautista water for less than the $2 million plus West Hills water treatment plant plan? The rate increases are to fund the West Hills water treatment plan. The only way I see the West Hills water treatment plan to fail is if the city council rejects the water rate increase, or 420 plus some people protest the increase, which seems unlikely. I have learned through my studies to be mostly in favor of this project, but I do have some serious concerns. First, in the memorandum of understanding with the city of Hollister for the domestic wastewater project, it states in 2B that the parties intend to undertake the development of a comprehensive plan for exporting domestic wastewater collected from San Juan Bautista and the city, and to the city DWWTP. This plan is a single component of a 4-part comprehensive compliance project agreed upon between the EPA and San Juan Bautista.
Michael, please wrap up. You have only a few seconds remaining.
Oh my God. That also includes the importation of surface water from with low water salt concentration to blend with the well water. I'm not gonna have enough time to say what I have to say. My biggest concern is where and how will we get water during severe drought times from West Hills Water Treatment Plant? I don't see any guarantees of water. Do we have a guarantee of water? And I also
Time
question.
is up, Michael.
Aye. All right.
Thank you, Michael.
And at this time, Madam Mayor, we do not have any other hands raised.
Thank you very much.
Would you like to?
Madam Mayor, before you close public input, I just want to make an announcement to whoever's at the meeting that this is the last opportunity to submit a written protest. And also, if there's anyone who has not yet submitted a written protest, but would like to submit a protest, you can do so orally at this time. Otherwise, council will be closing the public hearing, and that'll be the last opportunity.
Thank you for that, Mark. So, question to Michael Ponce and Sherry, are those, are we counting those votes?
Madam Mayor, are you asking for them to respond to you if they are making a
Yeah.
protest, a formal protest?
Hang on 1 second. I'm conferring with Attorney Rathy over
I
here.
don't believe that the statements in and of themselves constitute protests.
Okay, thank you very much.
And I do have Michael's hand raised, Madam Mayor.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Michael Ponce has raised his hand to speak again.
I would recommend that you bring Mr. Ponce back in just to answer the question of whether his intention is to submit a formal protest.
Formal protest, thank you.
Give both of them the opportunity. I will bring in Michael. You're coming in again. If you unmute yourself.
Okay, I guess my comments don't constitute a protest, but I was wondering if I can ask one quick, simple question.
One quick, simple, Michael.
Okay, I question city manager's comment about domestic water use daily. His figure was 1.7 gallons per day, million gallons per day. I took an estimate of my water bill, times it by 833 customers, and I come to a number of about 284,053 gallons a day. How did he come up with that 1.7 million gallons a day? Thank you.
Water bills. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for that opportunity for them to state that. There are no other hands raised at this time.
Thank you. Is Eric looking that up right now?
Yeah, we'll find an answer for.
Michael,
We'll find an answer for that.
please sit by.
We have-
We're working on that answer.
We have answers for several of these questions if you'd like to.
Thank you, Don. Go ahead. Yes, absolutely. Answer away.
So, we're at 99 million gallons per year? Okay.
That's what we're working off of right now based on billing, right?
Yeah, 99 million gallons per year was the
year.
current usage level.
Okay. Thank you very much for that.
All right, yes, just getting back to Cherie's question regarding the earthbound and the industrial users. Since we started analyzing the domestic wastewater received from them last July, it's improved greatly. We've narrowed down we've been able to narrow down the fines with the water board, the permit violations to just mostly chloride and sodium. So that's big progress that we've made, improving the water that we receive from earthbound. We did a study with the water district, with the water board, I'm sorry, the Regional Water Quality Board, to define for each of them what the domestic water was. If they have lockers, if they have certain facilities, then the strength of that domestic water would vary from one farm to another. So we inspected each of the 3 facilities and charted that in a survey approved by the water board. And we followed up, and we're waiting for the water board to come back and help us with some strict metrics where we continue to test the domestic wastewater received from them. Then we'll know what is domestic and what is not. So we have taken serious steps up through December in that regard, and then touring the facilities this spring to define what domestic wastewater is. The rates being charged are the rates that we approve. So we have volumetric rates for commercial users, and that's the volume that we charge them. We did have a variation from the earthbound where it was different than our read. And so what we did was we exchanged the firm that the city used for years and years was still reading the meters for earthbound, and now the city's provider, Cypress Water, reads them, and they did come back. We have to reconcile with Earthbound still, but we did correct the meter reading problem. So thank you for asking those questions, Cherie. And if you want, I can talk about Microbi. Microbi is a $500,000 technology that we applied to just well 6, Michael. It will not fix the nitrates should they arrive in other wells. It's specifically attached to well 6, which is where our immediate problem was. It only processes about 100 gallons per day, so it's a very low volume. It allows us to put well 6 back online, and it gives us 3 wells instead of 2, which does stabilize our water delivery. We are in the middle of applying for a permit for the water board to approve the Microbi system because it did pass with flying colors, the testing that we did last fall. I'm not sure if I understand. The pellet plant is, as far as I know, is not designed to remove nitrates. It's designed to remove salts. And I thought that there were 2 different things, but I'm not an expert on the pellet plant because it wasn't selected as a project for this purpose. We had, and I can let Jeff Catano speak to this. Andy Moore's question about the groundwater service charge that's being charged since 1977. Jeff could speak to that, and Jeff can help us understand what it means to be part of a regional program during a drought by expanding our sources of water. Jeff, can you speak to those matters?
Yeah, so getting to the comment that Andy made about what is the ad valorem tax that is on your tax bill. It is 25 cents per $100 of bare land value. And that was originally passed by the voters in 1977. That tax is what goes to pay for the capital cost of bringing the San Felipe system in and the annual operation and maintenance of that system. When that system was originally built, it wasn't the $19 million that Andy was mentioned. It was $100 million. And currently the district owes about $69 million still on that debt. It's a graduated payment structure. So it keeps going up until 2027 when it peaks at $6.9 million a year. So that property tax doesn't have anything to do with actually the groundwater itself. It was to pay for the facilities that allowed for the importation of the San Felipe water, which benefits everybody in Zone 6 by bringing extra water in to balance the basin. What was Andy's other question, Don?
Not Andy, but Mr. Ponce was asking about importing water during a drought and how that would be.
Yeah, so on the issue of importing water during a drought, even this year when there is really very, very little water to go around California, the water district has water available to it and is delivering water to the city of Hollister and Sunny Slope to the 2 water treatment plants. It is not the same amount of water that we would deliver in a normal year, so it has been reduced slightly, but it's still about 65% of what we would normally deliver to those 2, to the city and Sunny Slope, which would be the same for San Juan Bautista. What the water district is able to do is we use San Justo, which holds about 10,000 acre feet of water, as a bank for water to use in water short years. In addition to that, I have contracts for spot market water or transfer water outside of our contract with the United States Bureau of Reclamation that allows us to purchase water on the open market. While it is significantly more expensive, and it's on a sliding scale depending upon the hydrology and the type of year, water type year that it is, it still allows us to be able to have access to water and to be able to deliver water to the 2 treatment plants. So it would be an extremely, extremely unusual situation that there would not be any water available to deliver to the city of Hollister, Sunny Slope, or San Juan Bautista in this project.
Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate the background on that. That's very helpful.
I've got a couple more questions if I could.
Go ahead.
Don, since the microbe system is working, and it sounds like it's working like a champ, do they make a do they make a facility large enough to be able to deal with our water use?
They do. We saw pictures of, surprisingly enough, a water district in Pasadena, I believe, Sunny Slope, that had large storage tanks, and they were processing a lot more volume. The darn thing is so expensive. That's the issue. Our little system that we've been testing is worth $500,000. So I can only imagine what the larger system costs. But we are talking about a lot of expenses here in this program too. So,
Yeah, how much are we talking in this program?
well, as we suggested, a $12 million,
12 million.
adjusted for inflation, $13 million.
Okay, 13 million. Be nice to see if we had an alternative. I guess.
Don, I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt, but I'd like to add something to that.
Can I finish my, or is it on what I just asked?
Yes.
Okay.
So with the microbial system, it's only going to remove nitrates. You've also got an issue with TDS or salts. And in order for you to be able to meet the standard for the discharge to the city of Hollister's wastewater plant, you're going to have to remove or reduce the salts that you're delivering to the wastewater plant in your water. So you've got to have better water, lower salt water going into your system to the customers before you get there. And that microbial system is not going to do that for you.
Okay, good. Well, thanks. That's why I'm asking the questions. Appreciate that answer. I guess my biggest question now is this ordinance that I'm looking at. It's what was provided to the public. It was provided to us. But we were just shown some stuff on the screen where there was almost a page and a half or a page of additional verbiage. I don't feel comfortable about voting on anything tonight without seeing the entire ordinance in the entire ordinance. And I hope I'm speaking for folks in town. I'm sure if I walk by Mike Ponce's house tomorrow, when I do with my dog, he's going to probably throw rocks at me for not following through with that. So I'm like I said, I'm not comfortable with
Yeah,
going through with this.
and this is, correct me if I'm wrong, just the introduction of the ordinance. We are not approving an ordinance tonight without seeing all of that language.
Right, this is introduction, but you cannot substantially change the ordinance between tonight and August 16th when it will be adopted on second.
We have to see the correct ordinance before we can.
So that's a substantial change.
That's a change that could not be made. I mean, it could be made tonight. You can add that page, I believe, tonight. Although I realize that was not part of the packet. I do understand that. That change could be made, but then it would come back on second reading with that addition to the ordinance that's not in your packet tonight.
Right, and which we have not read. In red. We have not read the in red.
I understand that. That's undoubtedly correct. Yeah.
That's all I've got. Thanks.
So when will we get the amended?
My recommendation.
Yeah. Okay, Mark. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, there are two ways to handle this. First of all the information in red is something that was in the public notice that was sent out. So it's something that you have seen, even though Amelia was not in the agenda. My recommendation would be to do an introduction of the ordinance in the form that I showed and that Bob has on his computer. And then that will come back to you for second reading. And if you don't like any of that language, then you can make a change and do a new first reading instead of doing a second reading. The other alternative would be to wait to do the introduction until a future meeting. But you can't introduce the version that was in the agenda and then at second reading make a change to include the information about the pass-through.
Correct, correct.
So again, we have not seen that.
That's correct. I mean, aside from the very brief period when I had on your screen, which was very brief, obviously.
Okay, so next step then is, I'm proposing that we see it in full, even correct some of the tables, that some of the dollar figures don't need to be there, that when let's get this correct before we move forward on trying to spend $12 million. So.
Is that all right?
I'd like to, how about if, can we just, we don't have to vote on this, but so we want to see this. At a
Thank you for your help.
If we get it all
Take,
correct.
Right.
have it brought back on the
Okay,
16th.
table.
With the,
Right. However, I would recommend that if you're going to do that, that you do take action to close the public hearing tonight and to announce the tally of protests. So you don't have to do a public hearing at the next meeting when you do the introduction.
Thank you very much, Mark. Public hearing was closed. So if we can go to the tally then.
Are we going to be able to introduce this tally without them seeing all this?
Who's got the
stuff that we're
tally?
seeing?
That's just the who protested, how many protests we actually got. So do we have that? Who's doing that? Is that Attorney Rafi or our city clerk Norma?
It would be the city clerk or I know that the tally going into the meeting was announced by the city manager, and I don't believe it's changed.
It has not.
and who, yeah, and are the protests here this evening? Do we have them? Yeah. They're in the clerk's office, okay.
Yep.
Well,
We,
it would probably be best just to assure that there are just 5, and then we can obviously determine that a protest has not been made. A majority protest has not been.
okay, for all of those who did not hear that, we're going to grab all of the protests, count them in person, and move on from there.
We could, we could count them. That shouldn't take any time at all.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. We're gonna take a 5-minute break while we're getting that information.
Okay.
Hi, welcome back. You're welcome. I'm not sure what's going on here. Okay, thank you. Attorney Rathi has the count for protest.
I do, Madam Mayor, and I have the protests here in this file, and I've counted them, and I can count them again. 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 5 protests. 5 protests to the new rate. So
Thank you very much. There were
that does not constitute a majority protest under Proposition 218.
5 protests. Norma, did you get that?
5 protests are duly noted. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we are charging staff then with coming back next week or next month with the additional language that Attorney Mark Mandel posted earlier. And that will be the first reading of the ordinance then.
Correct. That would be first reading.
Thank you very much.
We'd also, Mayor, want an amended calendar for when it would become effective, et cetera.
Yeah, this would push back the start date for the new fees by a month because it can't become effective until after second reading. So if first reading occurs in, actually, I suppose, would second reading be still in August, or would it be in September?
First reading August, second reading September.
Okay, in that case, the fee would be going into effect October 1.
Or January.
Unless, let me just suggest if we did first reading at a special meeting, then we could adopt at a regular meeting. Okay. Okay, I was just gonna throw that out for consideration.
So it'll be at the August reading will be the first reading,
Yeah, adoption has to take place at a regular meeting.
right? And September regular meeting will be the second reading and subsequent
30 days after the ordinance,
potential
then goes into
adoption.
correct.
Okay. Okay, public hearing 5B. Adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Juan Bautista levying the annual special tax for Community Facilities District number 2018-01 for fiscal year 2022-23. Oh, sorry, City Manager.
Thank you for that detailed conversation. I apologize and I should turn my mic on so you can hear me. I wanted to apologize that we had some miscommunication between attorneys and between city managers. So
Thank you, Eric.
we'll work that out. Community facilities districts are established in 2 of our newer residential neighborhoods. Our community facilities district is due for an annual report every year. This is the second annual report. It was established in 2018. Rancho Vista is considered 01 and Copperleaf is 02. They both collect through the property tax system payments of assessments to do the following: landscape, park maintenance, streets and sidewalks, graffiti abatement, fencing, etc. The original cost estimates were completed by an engineer in a formation report, and the original cost estimates are much higher than we're currently assessing the properties. In fact, in looking at the reserves and after reviewing the cost to date, this is what was recommended by the engineer's report for this year, which was another 3.21% increase. This is Rancho Vista. They paid $768.50 last year, and staff is not proposing to increase the Rancho Vista assessment this year because we came in under budget last year and we were able to meet it without raising costs. So I'd like to recommend that we keep that at $768.50 for Rancho Vista. And in Copperleaf, the same is true. I don't think the 3.2% increase is necessary. We have sufficient reserves. So I'd like to recommend that we keep the Copperleaf assessment at $487.86. So as we summarized in the staff's report, the adjusted CPIU for Zone 2, we could be charging as much as $1,200 per house out there. That's authorized in the current legislation because it increased by cost of living every year. But throughout the years, the 3 years, 4 years that this has been here, we've been able to keep the assessments low and keep the reserves plentiful. So with that, Rancho Vista would be adding approximately $13,000 to its reserves, currently $30,000. And the same is true in Copperleaf, where they would just about break even if we kept the rates at $487.68. If anything, the difference would be less than $1,000, and the $30,000, $32,000 in reserves there would be sufficient to pay for that. So consider cost of living next year will be substantial, and we'll revisit this in a year and see which direction we take. But those are staff's recommendations for the two CFDs that we have in place now. And with that, I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much, council members. Councilmember Edge.
Thank you for the report, Don. And no, I don't have any questions. I agree with the outcome. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Flores.
No comments, but thank you for your report. Very interesting.
Thank you. Councilmember Friels.
Just a couple painless questions. Trust me. I'm absorbing all this, and it's super interesting. Do we have to, like, for example, so landscape maintenance, that's something we're going to have to farm out, I imagine.
Sorry, Councilmember Frills, can't hear you again. Darn microphones.
How much money did we spend on this? Okay, few questions. Landscape maintenance, that's something we'll go to, like, we'll have go to bid. Our public works guys won't do that, will they?
No, that's performed currently by a company known as Smith and Enright, and we are due to go out to bid. They generally reconsider their rates every December 31st. So that was on the list, I think, of RFPs that I heard earlier today, and we need to do that. I should have done that this summer, and it needs to be done. I'm afraid, though, we're going to see a significant increase when we go out to bid.
Oh, without a doubt, with the fuel prices and
That's potential there, right?
and the banning of small equipment and but some of our public works guys pick up some of the stuff, don't they? Like street lighting or curb and gutter maintenance. Do they do any of that stuff?
What we found last year when we worked with the Creek Bridge Valley Vista district is that there are some maintenance projects that occur like every 5 years. So our crew hired the contractor to paint the gazebo. Our crew hired the contractor to trim the trees. So on a day-to-day basis of mowing lawns and blowing and repairing irrigation, that's left to Smith and Enright, and then our crew picks up the bigger tasks.
Okay. I'm just trying to get my head around that. And then the very last thing, mosquito abatement. Don't we pay into vector control through the county already on our tax bills? Pretty sure.
Yeah, I think mosquito abatement was on the list mostly because when we have ponding water and yeah, and so if we had ponding water, for example, in those big spillways in Rancho Vista, they could attract mosquitoes and I don't think that they would come on private property to do that. I can look into that. I'm not sure why that's in the district. That's an interesting question.
Okay, that's it. I understand the rate increases and it doesn't, it's not terrible. I mean, considering the price of the houses, but thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Freeman?
Thank you. Actually, Scott covered my questions. Thank you, Scott. No further comments or questions needed.
Thank you very much. So I just want to make sure that we're not going to shoot ourselves in the foot for not increasing. I mean, we're throwing a lot of fees out there to the whole entire community. And adding, can you go back? Yeah, so, no. Right there, that's fine. So keeping it at 768.50, this is Rancho Vista, and Rancho Vista has a fairly sizable reserve. I lost where I wrote that down. But Copperleaf does not. Can you go to the next slide, please? So Copperleaf is at 487 and they have zero reserves. With the cost of living going up considerably next year, is that 503.34 going to cover it?
No, it wouldn't be 3.2%. It's going to reflect the cost of living for our current year. So it right now that's twice that amount. So it will be a sizable jump next year. So what you're suggesting is if we had a smaller increase this year, we could possibly have a smaller increase.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Thank you for thank you for summing that up for me. Yes.
And they do have an estimated 32,000 in reserve in Copperleaf.
For
So there are sufficient reserves there. This is taken right out of the staff report.
which one was at zero? Did I misunderstand that?
Perhaps.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks. Okay, thank you for answering that. I'd like to now open it up to public comment. Does anybody in the audience have any comment on this? Seeing no hands raised or nobody coming up to the podium, all two people. City Clerk, do we have any hands raised?
Anyone who is attending by Zoom tonight, if you would like to speak, please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. We have no hands raised at this time, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. I would like to now close public comment. So this evening, we are adopting a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Juan Bautista levying an annual special tax for Community Facilities District number 2018-01 for fiscal year 2022-23. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you very much. May I have a second?
Seconded.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Flores and Councilmember Freeman. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Edge,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Flores,
Yes.
Councilmember Friels,
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes,
Motion passes unanimously.
thank you very much. Action items, 6A, designate a voting delegate and alternate for the League of California Cities Annual Conference and Expo, September 7th through the 9th, 2022. This is in Long Beach. Does anybody wish to attend, first of all? Councilmember Freeman? Thinking about it. Councilmember Edge? Are you thinking about going?
I am not thinking about it.
You are not thinking about going.
The 10th.
Thank you very much.
Question.
Go ahead.
Did we elect somebody to delegates to go last year?
Yes.
I believe so. This is normally the city clerk's job.
Yes,
It was Vice Mayor Flores,
Oh, okay,
Flores went, that's right.
and he went, yes.
okay. So,
that's right.
yeah, no, I'd like to suggest that our mayor go and maybe Councilman Freeman be a backup.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Friels, do you wish to attend?
No, I'm good with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I do like, I have been to a few of those the big league and they're awesome,
They're amazing, yeah,
but no, not this year.
this year. Vice Mayor Flores, are you attending?
No, I'd love to, but you know, my time is short on here, and I think it would be best benefit if you and Assemblyman
Not yet.
John Freeman go.
Councilmember
You guys
Freeman.
are the ones. You guys are gonna be the ones that are.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we need to designate a voting delegate and an alternate. So Councilmember Freeman is thinking about it. And apparently I'm going. Thank you, Councilmember Edge. Okay, so you're gonna be the alternate? Okay, I guess I will be the voting delegate then.
Okay.
Yeah.
Action by council required, yes.
Yes.
I'll second that then.
Okay, so I guess that was,
Did you hear me, Norma?
it was seconded by Scott Friels.
I'll second it.
Who was the first?
Mary Edge made the motion.
Thank you,
going-
Mary. Okay, so that was a formal motion for the mayor as the primary, Councilmember Freeman as the alternate, and a second was done by Councilmember Friels. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much for your patience as I was capturing that.
Nope, you're good. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Edge,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Flores,
Yes.
Councilmember Friels,
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Discussion items, Recology rate increase. Do we have somebody from Recology here? Oh, cool. Selena, welcome.
Hello, everyone. Good evening, Mayor Jordan and council members. Today I'm joined with Mike Kelly, General Manager of Recology, San Benito. We're here to answer any questions regarding the annual increase for the Recology solid waste collection rates. Last year, each IWM member agency, including the city of San Juan Bautista, approved a 5-year maximum annual rate increase, not to exceed 5% each year through a Proposition 218 noticing and rate setting process. We are not seeing a 5% increase this year, but instead a 4.3% increase, which was effective July 1st. And we will be seeing that in the next Recology residential and commercial billing with no additional need for public noticing or hearings. And just a reminder, each year solid waste rates are adjusted throughout the county under the franchise agreement between Recology and the cities of Hollister and San Juan Bautista and the county. I'll just end and add that, integrated waste management staff reviewed and has also engaged our consultants to further review the recent rate adjustment calculations submitted to San Benito County by Recology earlier this year, and based on county and consultant staff analysis and consistent with the methodology in the current franchise agreement approved by the county in both cities, we've confirmed the accuracy of this 4% rate increase. So again, if there's any questions or want to go over this methodology that's outlined in the franchise agreement, we do have Mike Kelly here and myself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Edge.
Thank you, Selena. I don't have any questions. Thank you for your report.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Flores.
You really don't have any questions? This is-
No questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Friels.
Could help myself on that one. I was just shocked that she didn't have any questions. No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thought that was because you did. Councilmember Freeman.
Not really a question, but I do think we're getting a good deal here, because if you think about the price of diesel in the past 6 months, it's shot up tremendously. And don't ask me how I know, but I do know that garbage trucks get 3 miles per gallon. So that's a lot of diesel. So we're getting a good deal here, even though it's a raise.
This is your opportunity to again ask for EV.
They've already heard it.
Thank you very much. Do we have any public comment? Sorry. Norma, sorry, there is no public comment here.
Okay, at this time, we don't have any hands raised, but let's make sure that we give our people the opportunity. Anyone who has joined us tonight by Zoom, if you would like to speak, please raise your hand by using the raise hand button. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for the opportunity, and there are no hands raised at this time.
Thank you very much. Fireworks.
Thank you, Mayor.
There are a lot less this year.
Mm.
I mean, that's what the heck, it will help us through it. All right, this year, the fireworks enforcement program was approved in resolution in May by the city council, and then coordinated almost entirely by our code enforcement officer with the use of some good tools. We have the new private security coming on board January 6th officially, and they were aware of our interest in upping up in enforcement, and provided good communication, two-way radios for patrol officers in 2 vehicles, and potential for backup of officers from Salinas if necessary. And fortunately, that was not necessary, but we had twice the patrol support at close to the same cost as last year. So that worked out well for us. It gave us a presence in the community. This year, we arranged for 4 cameras and 2 message boards, and the 2 message boards were new. 3 message boards, I'm sorry, 1 at each entrance to the city, 1 on the roundabout. And the cameras came in at about the same cost as last year, plus an additional cost for the message boards, but made sure that everybody understood what the rules were, and it made it easier to enforce. So they also helped others access cameras live in real time. So I was able to see what was going on live in real time. And so were those deployed. So what that meant was we didn't need to use the chambers as like an incident command center. We were able to deploy all of our enforcement to the streets, and with and able to monitor the cameras on the streets. So we also coordinated. We met for a good hour with Captain Keelan from the sheriff's office and filled him in on what was going on. And we coordinated with Chief Padilla and our local crews here helped with outreach before the 4th of July. So we had very few fireworks between July 1st and 3rd. We had some fireworks on the 3rd. One incident, we responded to an incident and a complaint, and found the lighting on fireworks with no idea that they were not allowed until the 4th of July. They were out in the Copperleaf where we had no message board or cameras. We also interrupted 7 juveniles planning for disruption, all dressed in black with ski masks on at Rudy Park. And hopefully we intervened and disrupted any issues there. And then coincidentally, one of the juveniles did receive a citation, $1,000 administrative citation for use of fireworks from a code enforcement officer on the 4th of July. Private security also ticketed a second individual who was actually visiting from out of town. Total cost is approximately $8,000, $2,000 higher than last year. But I think the new tools and ideas that we brought forward this year were effective. And I've heard from most people that the 10 o'clock limit was adhered to by most residents. So that's really great. The residents understood and cooperated and just all worked together to have a fairly safe 4th of July. The fire department reported not a single call that night related to fireworks in our town. So we had successful outcomes. We reduced disturbances with fairly good compliance. But I might suggest to the council that we leave the window open for the use of fireworks on the 4th of July, because when we confronted the family on Sunday, on the 3rd, we said, hey, just wait until tomorrow between 6 and 10. And it seemed like most of the community got that message. So I know the council directed the city attorney to draft an ordinance, and I'm sure that that's ready to come forward real soon. Bob, we've asked you to write about 6 ordinances in the past 3 weeks. You might want to reconsider a complete ban on the use and sale of fireworks and keeping that window open, because it's like a relief valve. I saw it as kind of a relief valve for the community to take advantage of, and they respected it. So I just wanted to report that as kind of a summary of the way the weekend played out, and see if the council of the public has anything.
We lost sound on Zoom.
We lost sound on Zoom?
Oh,
You're still there?
might need to speak into the mic a little bit more, Don.
I'm sorry about that. We'll make sure these are in better shape next time. Okay, so live and learn. Thank you, Norma, for watching me.
You're welcome.
With that, I'm done talking, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Edge.
I don't know, I think I'd like to stick to the band that we came up with, but I'd like to say that things did quiet down at about 10, but I want to say that they were extra loud this year. And the illegals were all around us. I don't remember having the illegals so close to our home. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Flores?
No, well, there was less amount of fireworks, but there are some that it shook my windows over here and my cups in my cupboard. I mean, they were so strong. It was unbelievable. It sounded like big bombs going off.
Yeah.
And there weren't that many, but those that were strong. That's all.
Thank
Good
you.
job, Gil.
Thank you. Councilmember Friels?
Nothing other than what Mary was saying. We were texting back and forth saying, who the heck? Because there was some big stuff going on. in
There
our
was big
neighborhood,
stuff.
Which was a little surprising, because I don't think last year we had that same problem, but our poor little dog, she, you know, and she's seen fireworks firsthand, but this year it was too brutal for her. She was heavily medicated and under the bed, poor thing.
Councilmember Freeman?
I just concur with what the rest of you said. Most of the loud fireworks that are causing this discussion are illegal and need to be illegal. And I don't know how we can differentiate with the police force and the private security we have, but maybe we can. I don't know. But I thought the 4th of July went well, other than the loud illegal fireworks.
I have a question on the message boards. It said you can only shoot them off between the hours of 6 and 10.
6 and 10, I thought was
Did we put that in the ordinance?
in the resolution we adopted in May, I believe so.
I'm sorry, if you have a question, comment, or concern, but hang on, wait until public comment. But I did not see it in the ordinance except for the sale of between 9 and 10 for sale, and I might be missing it, but I don't remember that and, was, it was, I guess, nice to see that the city paid attention to it, although they might not have had to. Shh, don't say that out loud. Yay for the 2 citations. How many did we have last year? Was this an increase?
It's an increase and this year we have a way of collecting those. Wow, if we mess up on the resolution, then thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah, I actually took a picture of it, when I first saw it come out and, forgot to mention it, but, we hadn't had a meeting after that, I suppose. And we had 4 cameras and 2 message boards and we ended up not using the cameras.
No, we use the cameras. No, of course we use the cameras. In fact, we relocated a camera because it was of a lower quality and we had it up at the water tower and we moved it to Rancho Vista.
Oh, I'll be darned.
Yeah, no, we use the cameras and I could see the cameras on my phone. I have the app on my phone now.
Okay. Yay for being here this year and not last year too. Okay, thank you very much. Public comment. Do we have anybody in the public who wishes to comment on this?
I do, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much.
Hang on, Norma, I'm sorry, we have somebody in
That's
chambers.
okay. Yeah, I
That's
just want to make sure you knew that we did here as well. Thank you.
Okay, perfect, thank you. Okay, please come up to the podium, state your name, and you have 3 minutes. You ready?
My name is Tyler Jordan, and I have a couple of questions or comments, I guess. Resolution 2022-39 says a resolution in the order of the City Council of the City of San Juan Bautista is permitting the use within the city only between noon and midnight on July 4th, 2022. I noticed on the screen and on all the signs it did say 4 to 10. So I just wanted some clarification on that. Also, for the record, if please correct me if I'm wrong, there was last year the private security company had 4 guards with 3 vehicles. That is not double the coverage. That's actually more coverage than you had this year. Excuse me. Also, it's the same amount of citations written as last year as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Comment from the Zoom.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am bringing in Galaxy Z Flip 3 5G. You unmute yourself. Your 3-minute timer will start.
Hi, this is Cara Bonk. Thank you.
Hi, Cara, welcome.
Hi, thank you. Okay, my point is that if only 2 citations were issued and we spent $8,000, it just seems like a waste of money because the illegal fireworks were going off all over the place. You know, I'm on 3rd in the 600 block, and I'm pretty sure they were being set off from Luck Park. There are a whole bunch for Rudy Park. There are all kinds of illegal ones set off behind me on 4th Street. You know, it just seems like a big waste of money to have these people out and then only be able to give 2 citations. And the safe and sane, limiting the hours, I would support that. You know, one little mistake and our town could go up. We're all wood and there will be nothing left of San Juan Bautista if we have a major fire. So, and I wet down my entire backyard every 4th of July. I'm so worried that something's going to land back there and start a fire. So I don't know, those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else who would like to speak, who has joined us by Zoom, please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. There are no hands raised at this time, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Question for the fire marshal. Did we not have a small fire here? Charlie, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. What were you talking about?
4th of July, San Juan.
I don't think so. I didn't hear anything. I know we were busy over here in Hollister, but I don't think there was anything over
Okay.
there in San Juan. There might have been something on the San Juan Road up there, but
Thank
I
you.
think there was something hit hard from aircraft that did get put out up on the Salinas grade.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, and I thought I heard the guys talking about one. Okay, thank you very much. Path forward for the city's sphere of influence.
So Brian Fouch has stuck it out to do a real quick presentation and review of where we are with our sphere of influence urban growth study work. We had an interesting meeting with the two council members who were represented on the urban growth committee earlier this week ago, and so that they asked that we bring this matter forward. So Brian, you want to share your slides? I'll share your screen for you. Sorry.
Sure.
Okay, yeah, you already co-host.
You want me to do that? I
Yes,
can go
please.
ahead. Okay. Let's see. Okay, can everyone see that?
Not yet.
No?
Not yet.
It says I'm sharing my screen. Am I?
There you go. You're up.
Okay, good.
Thank you very
Okay,
much.
so I think, yeah.
Sorry,
of
Brian,
course.
hang on one second. If we can remove all of us from the center of that. Thank you. Go ahead, Brian. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Not sure what you're looking at. Mine looks okay. Anyway, so I thought it would be useful just to kind of review very briefly where we've been with this over the couple of years that the city has been looking at the sphere and urban growth boundary and so forth. You know, given the nature, especially given the nature of the charrette that we had recently at the VFW Hall. There was some confusion about where we are and where we've been. So I thought I would just briefly review these slides for that purpose. And so as everyone knows, in May of 2020, about a couple of years ago, the city established an urban growth boundary, a sphere of influence ad hoc committee. Not a standing committee, by the way, an ad hoc committee whose charge was to establish a recommendation to the Planning Commission and City Council for to go forward through the process of establishing a sphere that would reconcile what's the current LAFCO adopted sphere with the sphere of influence proposed in the general plan. And in August, the city hired a contract planner to assist the urban growth boundary ad hoc committee for that purpose, and made some progress, but there were several meetings, 8 or 9 meetings, during which some progress was made. And in November of 2020, that process went to the Planning Commission and City Council for an update, very interesting update, where the committee's progress was discussed, and then staff during that meeting was directed to review larger area boundaries for conservation and preservation, in addition to a sphere of influence, which would be primarily for looking at what would be serviced and anticipated for development over the life of the general plan to 2035. The ad hoc committee had a hiatus between 2020 and November 2021. And then after that, the ad hoc committee was very interested, of course, in reaching some consensus. You know, we were, both Don and I were very interested in helping the committee get past some really tough issues about gee, where should the sphere of influence line be? Are we doing a sphere of influence proposal? Are we doing a urban growth boundary proposal? What is it actually that we are doing and why are we doing it? Our thought was that in reference to what the Planning Commission, what the City Council directed us to do here in looking at larger area boundaries was really to come up with a two-tier scenario. Areas that would be considered for development and municipal services up until 2035, given our 1.9% growth rate, and areas considered as a broad buffer zone that preserves ag and other open space areas, areas necessary to maintain the city's landscape and its overall character. And that concept appeared to be responsive to previous Planning Commission and City Council reviews in 2020. So we were pretty pleased with that. The consensus map derived from that discussion. There were over 2 meetings. We were very happy to have that result in such a short amount of time. That consensus map was presented to the Planning Commission and City Council in early December 2021. And then in February 2022, very shortly thereafter, the Planning Commission considered the 2-tier consensus map adopted by the ad hoc committee and recommended that a community plan, including scope of work, budget, and timeline that was presented to the Planning Commission, go forward and be used to accomplish the formal boundaries for the sphere, urban growth, and our planning study area. And then understanding that that community plan combined both the grant-funded South San Juan Bautista specific plan and the urban growth boundary sphere of influence initiative to achieve full program funding, and really to make both of those work together. Because without the sphere of influence urban growth boundary discussion, it really wasn't possible to do anything in the specific plan and vice versa. So then in February, the City Council approved a resolution authorizing contracts for the preparation of that community plan, considering the consensus map that was adopted by the committee, simply as a starting point for presentation of the community and discussion during public engagement. And then we had our community plan public engagement in May and June of 2022, as you know. And then in June, we had a joint Planning Commission City Council study session. And I just parenthetically note that the hand-drawn map depicting various urban growth boundary ad hoc committee member perspectives presented during the charrette at the VFW Hall was not included originally in the presentations because a consensus had been achieved that superseded this map. And so it's very clear to us that the intention of the Urban Growth Boundary Committee was to go forward with a consensus map beyond that map that depicted various ad hoc member perspectives. So as a path forward now, consistent with the adopted scope of work, timeline, and budget in August and September, the Planning Commission and City Council would hold hearings to consider alternative boundaries and land uses for the sphere of influence, the South Area Planning Area, urban growth and future planning. And then in October and November, according to the current schedule that we have, the community plan would be completed, and that would then be forwarded to the county and LAFCO for review under that extensive process that we've outlined in previous meetings involving a municipal services review, a CEQA document, and a approval by both by LAFCO for those documents and those studies. Alternatives would involve revisiting any particular point in the previous community planning effort thus far that took place between 2020 and 2022, including any further discussion by the ad hoc committee, planning commission, and city council. And you've heard me say that the ad hoc committee's work is finished. The city attorney can correct me if I'm mistaken here, but the ad hoc committee's responsibility was to recommend to the planning commission and city council a scenario for sphere of influence and urban growth boundary. And when that work was finished, the ad hoc committee's work was finished. And as I said very early in the presentation, the urban growth boundary ad hoc committee is not a standing committee. And once their work is finished, that committee's work is finished, and there would be no reason to expect that they would continue to meet unless, excuse me, unless that committee is reestablished and a new purpose established, similar or otherwise, for that committee to do continued work. Standing committees have an ongoing responsibility visited upon them by the city council. This is not the case for the urban growth boundary ad hoc committee. So that's the point of my comments about whether the standing committee is still alive at this point. So that's my presentation about where we are today, and I hope that helps. If there's any questions that you have, I'd be happy to do my best to answer them.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Edge.
So I don't have any questions for you, Brian. Thank you for that
Okay.
outline, which, you know, we were all familiar with. I just would like to reiterate and let you know that we were disbanded, as you put it, but none of us knew that we were disbanded. The other comment I'd like to make is that when we decided on our map, the map that we trusted you with, you were going to work on the tier 1 and tier 2. And we, back in February, I want to say, we decided that you suggested, and we agreed, that we would hire EMC that is connected with Blue Zone, and they would be involved in creating this map that all of us worked on. The problem is that we were never kept informed. You had your meetings with the EMC and Blue Zone, but the ad hoc committee was not involved. So we were all taken back when you presented everything to your charrettes, and we, as the ad hoc committee, did not have the opportunity to present the map that we were, the ad hoc committee, were working on. And that would have been a time, I feel, for the community to give us their input, not after these maps have all been drawn out. And the only time I received the map, I don't know about the other ad hoc committee members, I received them online. And so it's very difficult to make out the lines, and it was very confusing. And the only other thing I want to say is that I was very disappointed in the way it came to our community. So I would like to say that we need to have, as the ad hoc committee, we need to have the opportunity to face our constituents so that they can have the time to come forward and give us their input. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Flores?
No comments.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Friels?
Yeah, I just want to recap what Mary said is almost word for word what I have to say. I just wanted to add a couple extra things. When we originally formed this ad hoc committee, we were under the impression that we had no sphere of influence. Only later did we find out there was actually a sphere of influence, and it was a giant box. Now, if people could have seen that giant box and seen what we had shrunk the sphere of influence down to, I think a lot of folks would have put away their pitchforks. What got really confusing for me is the overlays of these maps. And what I was surprised with was the original work that the ad hoc committee did was never presented to the public to show actually what we were doing or what we had done. So that's where I was so taken back by it. I can tell you everybody who's left out here, the 10 attendees, that never did we talk about a South San Juan specific plan. Never did we talk about blue zones or even zoning. All we tried to do was put together an intelligent sphere of influence map that if came time, we could actually provide services to. And it was very small, and it almost followed to the city limits, you know, to the line. There was a few spots that were outside of it. I think what set me off is the next thing I know, I see properties that we didn't even need to deal with, especially like the land use or the agricultural land use. I don't see why we needed to bring that into the sphere of influence. I mean, it's going to be protected for I don't know how many years. So that's where I got confused, and I did not anticipate such a convoluted map. I was hoping for just simplicity. And I cannot say today that I approve of anything that happened after the last day that the ad hoc committee got together. And at the time I was the chair, and nobody communicated with me about, we're going to planning groups. We're meeting with planners, or did anybody ask, hey, do you guys think you're done? And do you think you can go ahead and disband? I guess that set me off too, because I thought it was very disrespectful. All we wanted to do, and I think I speak for Mary, is put a fence around this town to keep the wolves away. And so, I mean, like I said, I don't have any questions, and I really don't need a response. I just needed to say what I needed to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Freeman?
Thank you. So thank you for that explanation, because I wasn't part of the process, and I didn't understand exactly what was going on. I did look at the maps and you're both right. They are very confusing, particularly when you get zoning and 3 different lines of different colors going all at the same time. You know, you have to really concentrate to figure out what it is, you know. And so I'm not going to speak to that because I wasn't part of it. I will speak to let's say the last Blue Zones meeting. They kind of punctured my balloon, I guess. I don't know, because I for the last 10 years had always thought it was a good idea to have a pedestrian bridge over 156. It's the only safe way for kids to get from that side of town to the San Juan school. And they promptly told me, no, it won't work. And they proved it to me, and I actually believe them. So it has nothing to do with your issue, but it does have to do with San Juan. So I really don't know what to say to you guys, you know. It's just, sorry.
Thank you. And that's the first thing that I wrote down too, that I missed the changing of the guard, where the original committee was disbanded. We heard that through these public engagement meetings that they were. And there was never any mention of anything South San Juan Bautista. That didn't come out of the ad hoc committee. So there were, you know, I thought the meetings went well for the most part. We did have a glitch or two. But overall, they went well. It was the mishap in the middle that was kind of disconcerting. I'd like to now open it up to public comment. Do we have anybody, nobody in chambers? Do we have anybody on Zoom?
We do, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much for the opportunity. We have a couple of hands right now and some coming up, but those who have joined us tonight, I see there are some new people here by Zoom. If you would like to speak, please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. And for the caller who's the member who's called in, please press *9. Your hand will be raised at that point if you'd like to speak on this item. And I am bringing in EJ Sabathia. EJ, if you would
EJ,
mute
hi,
yourself.
welcome. Sorry, Norma.
You're good.
I keep doing that.
I think we're getting loopy, right? EJ,
Yeah,
your
right?
2-minute time will start
Yeah.
soon.
Welcome, EJ.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we can
Hello.
hear you fine. Thank you.
Unfortunate for you. So I wanted to speak up and say a couple of things as kind of a foot in each side of the bucket. Number one, I think as far as Brian's efforts in trying to present what was said and my feelings coming out of the meeting that I was involved in at the library as part of the committee, I left that meeting feeling like we had some consensus. There were some great explanations by Scott. I always appreciate you taking your time and dropping knowledge on me as I ask 1,000 questions. And I know it can be painful, but I thought there was a lot of unity and consensus out of that meeting. And so I appreciate Brian's efforts there in terms of trying to present that. Now, and this is not a negative comment on you, Brian. Like in my professional career as an engineer, sometimes I present information in ways that people don't like it. I would have hoped and expected that feedback could have been given, you know, in a more constructive manner. But I think from my perspective, I can only speak for myself. That's the only way I took it. It was like, hey, I understand what you're doing based on what I heard, but this map is causing some confusion. So there was that. And then I can't say it over enough. There was a lot of consensus coming out of that meeting. And like Scott said, that like what we were trying to do and what was happening was, hey, how do we best protect the town and draw our borders and things like that? Like, how do we best do that? The only addition I would make to that, and again, there was no mention of anything about South San Juan or anything like that. It was just selectively like, hey, in looking at this and looking at our future growth, you know, where might those things go? This is not like, oh, we will, but like, where might those things go? And I was really happy to see that kind of discussion happening, because the best kind of future growth that'll happen is something that is planned ahead of time, something that's agreed upon, so that it happens the way we San Juan want it to happen, and not the way somebody else does out, you know, due to a lack of proper planning. So I
EJ,
think,
you have
you know,
30
maybe if we,
seconds remaining.
okay, no problem. Almost done. I think if we can look at things that way and maybe try to get rid of some of the maybe assumptions about ill will, we can move forward in a positive light.
Thank you very much.
That's all.
Thanks, CJ.
Okay. And Kara, I believe this is still you. I'm bringing you in. If you unmute yourself, your 3-minute time will start.
Hey,
Thank
Carl,
you.
welcome.
Thank you. Very quickly. We all know this is a pretty contentious issue, and you know, the plan should be community driven. It should not be driven by consultants. And I agree that those maps are very confusing. I kind of decided to drop out. So I would urge the city council to revive the ad hoc committee and let them finish their work and then give the community an opportunity to be involved. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Kara, and I'm bringing in caller. You, this is the right one. Yes. Caller 831763, you unmute your phone by pressing star. There you go. Perfect. 3-minute timer will start.
Thank you. Please,
Yes,
your name.
Yes, good evening. This is Jackie Morris Lopez.
Hey,
46
Jackie, welcome.
Mission Street. Thank you. It's a long meeting, but I too was a member on the ad hoc committee, initially as a community member, and then when I was appointed as a planning commissioner, Mr. EJ Sabathia took my place. So I was there when Scott was the chair, and as I said, as a community member, I remember there were a lot of meetings, and then COVID happened, and then we had a very long lapse in any continuity of meetings. So it always felt to me like there was a lot of vagueness. I mean, at the end, there was a rush to get us together. I remember asking quite frequently from our assistant city manager, Mr. Fott, when we were going to meet. And I understand that he had just been hired and had a lot of other duties on his plate. But I felt like we weren't given the appropriate momentum to keep meeting in a timely fashion. And I thought, you know, this is a really important issue, as Ms. Caravant just stated. You know, it should be public driven, should be community driven. And I felt the fits and spurts of how it went along and the lack of momentum really played for me personally a difficulty in making a sound judgment and mapping out this area. There was a push to meet at the very end. We had a couple meetings, but then there was, you know, I thought we were still sort of banded together. I didn't know that we were formally no longer needed. And this is a very contentious subject. You know, there's people that are passionate on both sides. I understand that. And I think if we're going to get this right for our community, we need to give this a second chance. And I do not recall, as the other members spoke, Councilwoman Edge, and I believe Councilman Friels, and also my co-member board ad hoc committee member, Mr. Sabathia, there was no mention of South San Juan. So it's almost the impression I'm getting is that we were asked to sit as a group, as the ad hoc committee, and have recommendations about a sphere of influence, meaning a service area of where if we could grow, this is the boundary of where we could provide infrastructure and services. And we wanted to keep it tighter because the original lines were very huge, which meant we would grow a lot. And I think for all of us sitting here tonight, our consensus, if I can be so bold to make that assumption, is that we love San Juan the way it is. We want
Jackie,
growth, but it's
can you wrap up? You have about 15 seconds left.
okay. So I guess what I'm trying to say, sort of got off point, is that there are a lot of issues that came with the final recommendations that I thought were not from us directly. And I agree wholeheartedly with the other comments, but I also agree with the last comment by Ms. Caravant that the city council needs to reconsider this. We were not, you know, told of all this blue zone, and, you know, we have high-paid consultants that are actually, I think, maybe pushing a little bit of their agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other public comment?
Sorry, Madam Mayor, my phone will not stop. At this time, we do not have any other hands raised. And so if anyone does want to speak, please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. And no, we have no other hands raised at this time, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Brian. Update on process for filling vacancy on the Planning Commission.
Members of the city council, we received one interest, but no actual application to fill the current vacancy on the planning commission.
Does this interested party wish to fill out an application? Or they're just interested?
We expected an application and we did not receive one yet. I'll put it that way.
Okay, thank you. If anybody out there is interested on serving on the planning commission, please contact City Hall. Any comment? Oh, sorry. Council comments? No, nobody? No, John, you're good? Okay, good. Moving right along. General and municipal election update. City manager.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor,
Oh,
we do have
sorry.
public comment. Yeah. Sorry, I was just
comment.
waiting. I was
My
waiting, but we do.
bad. My bad. It's 10 o'clock.
Right.
I'm gonna
It's
blame
10
it on
o'clock.
time. Sorry. Okay, who do we have up next? Come
So we do have someone here on Zoom. I'm bringing in Jackie.
Jackie, welcome.
You're muted, Jackie. Oh, there you go.
Yes, thank you once again. I just wanted to make it transparent to the public and also to the city council in regards to receiving applications for the open seat for the planning commission. I know there was talk about maybe trying to see if we could get applicants that were highly qualified and maybe stopping with the call for, but it looks like that may be a moot point, because I said, well, you should have a deadline, not just say, let's stop here if we get, individuals that seem highly qualified, but I still think you should have a deadline date. And the other comment I want to make, and I'm going to put on a hat, I apologize if this seems inappropriate to anybody in the audience, anybody listening, or the city council, I apologize, but I'm going to put my hat on as a planning commissioner. We do have a pending issue that we have been requesting for final report. There may be another open seat for the planning commission, as we had an issue of perhaps some unsanctioned or unexcused absences that would, according to the city ordinance, when it comes to the commissions, that may disqualify another member. And we have been requesting that information directly from city staff, and we have yet to receive an accurate count. So to be determined.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other comment?
We do, Madam Mayor. Thank you. And I'm bringing in Tony.
Yes.
Hi,
can I-
Tony, welcome.
My name is Tony Correa, and I submitted an application for the Planning Commission. I have a receipt where Brian Fouch signed to receiving the application before the deadline. I'd like to know what happened to it.
We do have your application, Tony.
Okay, I stand corrected. Brian was not here this afternoon when I asked, we didn't have a city clerk today, so that's what the applicant. Thank you, Mr. Correa. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. We're glad you're here tonight. And the deadline was the 19th, so thank you very much.
Yay, thank you very much, Tony. We'll be reviewing that. Thank you.
And at this time, we do not have any other hands raised. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. General and municipal election update.
Thank you, Mayor. At 8:30 a.m. Monday, July 18th, the city opened its general election, consolidated with the county. There are 3 seats open for the city council, and anyone interested can make an appointment at City Hall to pull papers. And we have a very thorough binder waiting for you. You have until August 12th to turn those in at 4 PM. So that's the span between July 18th and August 12th. We're also looking for potential city clerk and city treasurer. The terms are for 4 years.
Questions from the council?
Questions?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Vice Mayor Flores, do you have any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions, comments, or concerns from the public in chambers? Nope. Okay, city clerk, up to you.
We do not have any hands raised at this time.
Thank you very much. Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Hang on. Sorry.
I just wanted to say one thing. These new microphones, all of this setup, very nice, but hopefully they'll be working next time because we're having a lot of problems with them. Okay.
Oh, cool. And if you talk right up to it, it works. Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Freeman. Do I have a second?
Well,
Flores? Second?
Okay. Can I have a roll call vote, please?
Mary Edge? Sorry, I am so sorry. Councilmember Edge?
Sorry, yes.
Vice Mayor Flores?
yes.
Councilmember Frills?
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Meeting adjourned.
Please note for the record, the meeting has formally adjourned at 10:06 PM.
Thank you all for the